Yep, one that I don't want anywhere near me.
Keep talking about booty cheeks, guys.
Please.
All right, so the booty cheeks.
We will. What's the preferred tensile?
This is kind of a side note, but the other day I was like vacuuming and I was like, oh my god, the boob sweat. And Garrett was like, that is not even just moist, that's damp. And I was like, I know, it's the place I sweat the most. Like,
no, the boob sweat is the worst fucking thing. And I'm like, get rid of these things, please.
I mean,
I'm like,
and then there's also putty balls.
Huh?
Putty balls.
Immediately here to
gives you such a terrible visual.
It's the visual. I don't know what to tell you.
I hate it.
This is why I hate the human body.
The other testicular people in here can agree with me. When it gets to a specific, there's a specific temperature point where it's like, I could copy newsprint with this.
My god! Jesus!
I'm not wrong! We've been streaming for the past 30 seconds, by the way.
Welcome to the stream!
Episode 31 needs a title. We don't have one.
Putty balls and boob sweat.
Yes. Accurate. Okay, somebody type it in.
No, what's his name? Max named 31. I just didn't write it down on the notes.
I named this episode, I Fought the Law. And ...
Oh.
Aha. Where is... yes.
I hope people were in here to hear us talking about putty balls.
I don't know. I can see Royal Red and a bear rodeo, and that's it.
Okay.
Talking in the chat anyways. Actively.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Sorry, I was
Where
late.
Is mine?
I went to lie down for a minute and just zonked out.
Nice.
Oh, good, it got clipped.
Well, ew.
This time I wasn't the last one here. Ha
Oh, good, it got cool.
Oh, God. All right.
Delicious. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Bear. We will greatly enjoy any clips
Music
you
is
make.
going to stream, but not to chat, so...
I can fix that.
Can you?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. I can hear it.
Also, I need
Ooh, I like whatever this song is.
I think it's Oblivion.
It sounds like Oblivion.
It's Elder Scrolls, yeah.
It's Oblivion. Ah, yes.
It's the one that came out before Skyrim made 20 editions.
Yeah, before Skyrim and Skyrim the remake and Skyrim the remaster and Skyrim for the
Elder Scrolls music is always so good. Like
Not
every
wrong.
time I'm like, ooh, this is a good song. What is this? It's always something from Elder Scrolls universe.
When Beth Status still gave a shit.
Oh.
You call it Beth Sadist?
They're a little bit sadist.
No, Beth Status, like the company? Did I say it weird?
Bethesda.
Bethesda.
Like Bethesda, Maryland?
Sure.
I thought that
Whatever.
I
named
thought
after
that I
the
was
city.
like, I thought I just misheard. Like I thought I had like a brain, like my brain just shat itself.
One of them.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? Yeah, Bethesda, right? Yeah, okay. I just heard it weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were making fun of them, and that's why I didn't question it.
This
No,
is for sure at least twice where Sai has almost broken and we haven't even started the session. It's gonna be a good day.
This is gonna be a good session.
I really probably should just stop talking because I don't know what's gonna come out of my mouth. I can't.
No, that's the best part of when you talk.
Yeah.
Jibber jabber more. Oh my god, you're about to jibber jabber about jibber jabbering.
Jibber jabber jabber.
Say the name again.
Bethesda.
Okay.
Bethesda.
I can't even say it correctly in my own head.
That's rough. You've
Her-
been saying it wrong for a long time, probably.
No,
That's why.
no, I say it correctly. My brain is just fucking broken right now.
Hermione.
Everything you're gonna just
Hermione.
start talking in like random like half Mandarin.
I don't know what comes out of my mouth most of the
Just
time
do the whole show in
anyways,
Mandarin.
but
Go.
I still came out of said
Do the
mouth.
recap in Mandarin.
Oh, you don't want? No, absolutely not. It's gonna be.
I want to hear it.
We walked to this place. We did a thing.
Stuff happened.
Stuff happened.
Don't dare stop.
That's not Mandarin, Hannah. I don't know if you knew.
But I don't know any Mandarin, so I wasn't gonna attempt that.
Fair.
You can try. Every movie actor to make them look smart tries it, and then it's like.
All right,
I
we
was
have an
gonna
ad
say
starting.
yes.
Mandarin, the guy with
La Biblioteca.
Do we have a?
wasn't the Mandarin that guy who was supposed to be one of Iron Man's biggest villains?
I don't
Something
think he
like
was originally an Iron Man villain though.
He wasn't.
Oh.
Bethesda.
Yes.
What was I thinking of?
I don't
you
know.
Said,
I'm not even sure how you.
you said Bethsaidist, and I'm like, I mean, fair, but not that.
No, but I said I was pronouncing it like
I don't know what you said. I just heard something with that started with a B.
Bethsaida. Bethsaida is what I said.
Ah, yes.
I think I was Was I pronouncing it phonetically? As no.
Well, we have it all recorded,
don't-
so you can go back and watch it.
I don't even know what I did. I'm gonna shut up now.
Okay. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this.
It's not. I was up till 4 a.m.
Oh my
We're not
god.
judging you.
That's okay. I'm judging me.
We're just making fun of you.
That's okay too. I don't know what's happening.
We don't either. It's okay.
We call it life.
Sounds about right.
Well, this sucks.
and it just
This sucks then
happens.
if this is life.
Well, we already knew that though, didn't we?
True. Well, I went to the dentist
since
recently, and they
Professor
were like,
Ron
"You
died.
you almost needed a root canal, almost." And I was like, "Oh,
Oh,
thanks."
nice. Are you getting a crown so that you don't need a root canal?
No, I didn't need a root. I didn't. They filled in a cavity, and they were like, "This was very, very close to the nerves, but not technically close enough to the nerves for it to do anything."
Who am I missing?
Well, that's
here?
good.
Then why even bring
'Cause-
that up?
Probably because they wanted to let her know how much she fucked up by waiting so long to go get a
Dude,
check.
dentists are the
No,
worst.
it was not my fault. Military dentists are the fucking worst. I had this appointment scheduled for January. They have rescheduled
Wow.
it like 6 different times.
Dude, I hate when that happens. Ugh, it's the worst.
I blame Mithra.
My dental hygienist keeps like breaking her arm and shit and then going through PT, so like they keep having to fill in for her, but it like fucks up the whole schedule. So I've had like my last 2 appointments have gotten rescheduled at
Did you
least
put a
twice.
poll already without.
What do you mean
without
she
my fun
keeps
names?
breaking her arm?
What'd you say, girl?
Well, okay, she broke her arm the first
Did you
time,
put
but
up a
like
poll already
she
without my fun names?
I already did fun names. Road rash,
What?
barely contained,
I didn't
bird
even
brain,
notice.
penniless pariah, and purple power.
Oh, goodness.
I feel like my names were pretty funny. You can do the next one, girl.
I do like Penniless Pariah. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Bird brain is about as good as we're gonna get today. Shut up, shithead.
Why? Why are you being so mean to me? I didn't do anything.
You were late.
You were late.
Mithra,
I
you're
was
the
called
Yeah,
to
how dare
action.
you
I was
be late.
doing something. I'm
R
sorry.
didn't beat you.
Napping? Call to naption? Call to naption!
Action.
That's some good English right there.
Yeah, you know, I'm good at that sometimes.
Bethsaida. What the fuck was I thinking of?
Sorry, that was a really weird laugh.
Bethesda.
Yes.
Bethesda.
Boy. You are
Kinda
just
like
doing your best,
Bathsheba,
aren't you?
but kind of like Bathsheba, but Seda.
But what was I thinking? Maybe I was thinking of Bathsheba, and then just
The problem is you're trying to find logic where there was none.
I don't
That
know
too.
anymore.
All right, I'm gonna go refill my water real quick before the recap starts.
Oh.
Hey, look, Penniless Pariah is winning. Yeah.
Hey, really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Penny, probably because that's slowly. Well, I don't know. Wait, 4 people voted.
Still, you've got 3 of
Oh, but
those
I got a
4
lot of
votes. All right, I'll be right back.
I definitely didn't vote for you, so I don't have to do it.
Same.
Wow. Rude. What the fuck?
Listen, barely contained dirty
Well, now I'm
habit
gonna have
votes.
to
I was
vote
like,
for
I need
Road
to,
Rash over here.
I needed to counterbalance it.
You guys
Enjoy
aren't
that.
supposed to vote for.
I don't vote for who gets
Well,
extra XP. I vote for who does the recap, so it's never
Uh-huh.
me.
Wow.
I guess we can. I
Truth
guess we can
comes out.
stipulate
Paula talk
that
about how she developed
nobody
a
ever
crush
votes
for one of the big
themselves, I
bads.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. You can vote for or who should do the recap as long as you don't vote for yourself.
Sounds good.
New rule. Who dis?
So everybody vote for Arden.
We want to know. We
Will
want to
do.
hear Athala talk about how she developed a crush for one of the big bads. Oh yes. Oh, you guys, I was so naughty. After the stream, I was playing with AI art generated stuff, and which I normally do not condone, because I really, really wanted to see what this guy would look like, and I tried to like have AI generate a character art
This
for
needs to be
for
done
this
in a new
dude.
voice.
Um,
XD.
but yeah, it didn't work out quite as I pictured it. I got close, so I'm gonna have to do probably some real art one of these days to draw him because he looks so good in my brain.
Yeah, and he looks like Tom Cruise in not your brain.
Mm-hmm. Dude,
So
no,
that
like
means
I
when you
keep,
draw your
I'm
fan art,
like,
he needs to have a tooth right in the middle of his forehead and then in his face.
no, what? No, he's supposed to look like a combination of Ewan McGregor from Episode 1 of Star Wars and uh Geralt, played by
AI failed.
Henry
then.
Cavill from The Witcher series.
I forgot that
You
I
what?
said that he had a Padawan lock, didn't I?
Yes, you did. You gave him a Padawan lock, and then my brain immediately also gave him like one of those like modern faded mullets. So like in my head, he's got because like you said he looked kind of like Ewan McGregor, and Ewan McGregor has like that weird in episode 1. He has like that short hair that kind of like looks like really fluffy, like 90s, 80s. But my brain was like,
Seriously?
well, how could I make that look cooler? And in my head, I was like, ooh, a modern mullet with like a high fade or a mid fade.
Thank God Ewan
yeah, that's what my
McGregor
brain-
like got datified between the first and second movies. God damn.
I know. He looked so much better in the second one.
Also, Arden, I can't believe that you were like, oh, this is this guy that I'm romancing. How do I make him look more queer? Let's give him a fade and mullet. Like, dear God.
Get one. Okay, look, I am not a straight person, so if I'm going to play someone who likes
Wait,
a
you're not?
man, I need them to look like at
I'm
least
just imagining
sort of
Arden,
like
man.
Arden like role playing. Arden trying to figure out how to role play her perfect. Like, okay, so I want him to have like softer features and like a fade hairstyle, and then like tits and a
Be still
vagina,
straight.
and
Where's-
then I
yeah,
will love.
Yes. Oh no, we
Sorry.
broke Sai again.
No, it's just
She
the
wants
way
a
he
funny
said.
tomboy.
It's in vajayjay.
Tits. Tits and my JJ.
Oh shit! There's an energy drink here I never finished. Damn.
I
Ooh,
need that right
nice.
now.
Yes, and we're playing Witcher now. It's perfect music for this conversation.
Oh, exactly.
It would have been
I
better if it
want
was
like a
Star Wars.
femi. I want a guy that's got a masculine jawline, but he's clean shaven.
And a massive
I want
chest.
But has a
girl with
strong
short
athletic
skirt
bod.
and a long jacket.
I mean, if it's gonna be a male identified character, I need him
How do
to
you
be
know
like
that they identify as male?
sexy. I actually don't like the femboy look. I like when they're a little built, but I like a clean shaven look that the face at least looks like he could be queer.
I'm
Because like, you know, then he's got like good eyebrows and he probably smells really nice and has like a clean haircut that he gets every week. I don't know. I want him to be
Every
Metro,
week.
I
What
guess.
the hell?
Like, yeah, you like trim it up.
This is
just
how
every
we.
week,
This
like
is
the-
how we
like,
know that
fade.
you are clearly not working with straight males. If you think they're going out getting
No, I'm not.
haircuts every week, my God.
Absolutely not. That was the
When
joke.
your man
Like,
puts more
they're
effort into his
obviously
appearance
not.
than you do.
I'm about
Yes.
I'm gonna
Yes.
say I'm about to maybe do something sexist here. Or not sexist. What's a
Testing the myther for Alden
Go
Sandy.
on.
let's do
Go
this.
on.
You know what? Fuck it. I don't care.
Do it.
Hold on, let me go to the right. Let me open up the right windows.
Yes, he's horseshoe theorying over here.
Horseshoe
Mhm.
theorying.
I have a bean sprout stuck in my teeth and it's annoying me.
Also, we still have the starting soon up.
I know, I'm getting the window set up.
Mm,
My computer was was not ready.
'cause
It's
you-
okay.
You weren't ready.
No one was ready.
Oh, hello. What?
Hmm?
Maya in chains says what?
Yeah, it's not inappropriate. They're literally in prison, okay?
What if wasn't this in one of your recent
It
shorts?
was in the latest short. Don't judge me.
Yeah. I
here-
know, I'm just saying.
Oh, we'll judge
I don't care.
I was about to say, here's the thing. Like, you think that's bad. Look at Willem. See? I definitely went harder on Willem than I did Maya.
As you should.
Sexist.
We gotta have the man titties out, you know?
The middies.
The
Mhm.
middies.
The middies.
Jinx.
Man titties.
Middies.
Or the moobs,
I
you
need to
know?
open a window. Hold on one second, guys. I'll be right back.
Harder, says the man.
It
who
took me a
swore
second to
the
realize you meant a real
XD.
window. And not like a,
On your
I don't know.
computer.
on your computer.
You
Sai,
are brain
it's time for you to go touch grass.
I technically touched grass this weekend. But I forgot about it, so.
I haven't touched grass in a few
Okay.
months.
It's freaking hot in
Okay.
this house. I'm gonna have
So
some-
I might be
open up.
stereotyping a bit here. I thought you thought I was over this, but I'm coming right back to it. I might be
Oh,
stereotyping
no.
a bit here, but when Arden was like describing her ideal like male character to fall in love to like for her character to romance in this, oh come on, I hate freaking hold on.
What the fuck?
I'm so confused.
Wait, where are
Very-
On the stream.
very confused.
Oh no! God damn it! Fucking get out of here!
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I
Which
apologize.
timeline is this?
I apologize.
God damn it! But that is a mullet. That is.
It's a mullet.
Shit.
It's a mullet, and then the short and stocky with. You described her. I'm sorry.
Well, that's a headcanon. That's who Othala is now romancing.
No, I would much rather embarrass myself by putting up the AI generated art that this stupid chat GPT threw out than this shit right here. Oh my god.
No. No, this
Don't
is
worry.
good.
She's just gonna.
No.
I'm gonna save this image so when you're like romancing in the future, she's gonna slowly just drift into frame.
You'd better.
Son of a bitch.
Please.
It's facing Othala right now, like the positioning. Like you could just slide it in like next to the bar. Like
It's like this, like,
like just right behind Mither being like, hello there.
Exactly.
God damn it.
He's so big and
Hero!
Confused.
This is your
Black
NPC.
Heather
Back
and
me
Armor
up.
Lady
That's
have
not
a
what he
picture.
looks like.
Arden, you suck at being straight. I think, unfortunately, that's just what happens.
You're right, it needs a
Honestly-
little rat tail thing.
Honestly, I appreciate the compliment. If I was good at being straight, I'd be a little concerned. I was having a little bit of a crisis, like being like, "Oh my gosh, why am I obsessed with this guy all of a sudden? Am I straight?" No. The answer is apparently no. I just really wanted him to be a mask lesbian.
just
Um,
Caitlin from
that's fine.
the other room. Maxwell, stop harassing women.
Anyways, I did describe him as fit, and I don't know that this Peter Griffin lookalike is
Look at those biceps.
quite
She's got that strong build, the husky strong.
Look at that
The
broad
lumberjack build.
shoulder.
He is
She
in
looks too
shape.
much like me in real
Round is
life.
in
I can't
shape.
do it.
Okay, so
sorry.
now we're gonna have the two characters fighting for Othala's affection later in the series.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Stop. Fucking goddamn it. No.
oh
I've never seen Family Guy, but it's still funny.
my god.
I don't. Yeah, I like vaguely remember this, but I don't remember
It was
so.
it was a Thanksgiving episode. It was at a later one. I don't really like later
Billy
Family
Aiden
Guy,
Harder. It
Yeah.
brings me joy.
but
Oh man. Well,
I'm sorry.
thanks for that visual.
I need to hydrate.
Shit.
Caitlin from
Oh,
the other
shit,
room.
yeah,
You
where's
know
your
damn well that
receiver?
you're not.
Oh. Okay.
Oh god.
Oh, I don't have it in here. Hold on.
Okay, does anyone know how to get a freaking browser to stop trying to save WebP files instead of images? I hate it.
It depends on
Stupid.
if you're
I
like.
haven't seen him in over a month. I think he's dried out.
I've only ever had that issue if I an image search and then try to copy it directly from the link, or like from, not.
Great song.
I'm gonna.
Mm-mm.
Can't.
Let's see. Mr. is... Shit, which one is Mr.?
The goopy one
There's
down
the
at the
one in the
bottom.
bowl that
Yeah,
pops.
hold on. I'm trying to get the audio.
Same brain cell.
Y'all are gonna fucking laugh at this. I'm gonna send it in the chat. There was. I continued to try to get the image to be a little bit more masculine,
Blah,
but
blah,
not looking
blah.
exactly like
Blah.
Superman. Hold on. I'm gonna send this to you guys, and you're gonna laugh really hard. Hold on.
Oh, wow, that's
Let me
being
see if I
sent.
can do
Did
this.
anyone see the new trailer for Superman?
Oh, it looks so good. I'm so
Did not.
excited. I
Apparently, there's
promised.
people online
Go ahead.
complaining about the Green Lantern, saying that that's not how his power works. Constructs aren't supposed to be away from his body.
Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this was
I
as
think
close as
it
I
looks
could
good.
get.
I'm excited.
This was as close as I
Yeah.
could get to the image that I was picturing in my head. But
That-
like,
Guy
honey,
is
he's not gonna
definitely
be into
pan or
Othala.
bi at least.
yeah, so the armor is definitely like 100% taken from like a women's armor because he got the boobies. Like
in before
you don't
Rhodes
need-
steals him.
you don't need the booby sockets. Like you don't
Yes, he
need
does.
the-
He has massive titties. Come on.
Just like
Anyway.
you prefer.
Mhm.
AI knows all.
This
Yeah.
is the true innovation of it.
It tracks
Just
now.
like
It tracks. But that's as close as I could get. Like that's pretty much how I picture him. But the
No, I
armor
think
doesn't
it's a-
have boob holes.
No, commit. Come on. The armor has to have boob cutouts now.
Yeah.
He likes
a canon
accentuating
event.
his pecs. I'll let
Oh,
Garo
yeah.
decide.
AI was for sure like, we've seen this girl's search history. This is what she wants. Like,
Probably. Well, the character I tried to have it make before this was Axel, so that makes sense. That it just was like, oh yeah, you like the big buff babes.
I don't have the image queued up, or else I would slide it in a frame. But okay.
I mean, if you want to put it on, you can, but you don't have to. It's AI. Ugh.
I'm dying.
Oh no, Bear Rodeo clipped that you suck at being straight part.
Oh man.
10 out of 10.
Fair rodeo, you get MVP tonight.
Aiden, we all seem to like thick muscular mommy figures. It's why people like Carla.
Ah. Well, whatever. We all have our strengths and weaknesses.
And your weakness is being straight.
And my weakness is yeah. Well, is it a weakness or is it a strength? Let's be real. Like failing to be straight is a good strength.
Okay, load no dose.
Aha, yes. Okay, I'll take that. Anyway, yes, I'm doing the recap, I'm assuming. I think I won.
You did. Congratulations.
Great.
Her
Fantastic.
weaknesses
What's
is
episode
being
31
straight
called
and
so I
money
can call it
management.
that?
I don't know what does the VOD say?
I don't know. I have to scroll down and look for it. I don't see it from here. Whatever, we'll figure it out later. Episode 31. What happened last week? Oh, I have to do it in character, don't I?
Yep.
Okay, alright. Let's see. What happened last time?
Things and stuff.
Things and stuff.
Okay. Oh, it was we picked up where Road, Taz, and Kayla were falling out of the sky, and Mithra. Got it. Okay.
Oh right, I forgot we launched ourselves into oblivion.
Yes. Yes. All right. So.
I mean, granted, three of us were fine. We could fly.
That's
True,
wonderful.
3 of
We
us are fine.
Fuck
It's
off.
like how I dreamed. It's like how I dreamed I died in a fiery inferno.
Yes, episode 31 picked up where Road, like the idiot he is, jumped off of a balcony with no way to fly, trusting that his comrades will catch him. And fortunately, they did, because they're all OP with their abilities to fly. The momentum of the fall, though, did cause them to fall like 20 floors down before they stopped. And they found themselves on floor 72. But they wanted to get to floor 86. So then they had to try and figure out how to do that. They let's see. They found a lift
Or
that was still
unfortunately, they
functioning and
caught
made
him.
it up
All
to
of us
floor
were rooting for the
86.
opposite reaction.
But they saw a squad of Aegis Knights trying to, I don't know, like, what does it say?
Patrolling.
When we get near the lifts, blah, 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 Aegis Knights, blah, 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 blah. They don't seem to be on high alert, or they're not actively searching. They have to sneak past the Aegis to get onto the lift, I think. It says these notes, because I wasn't here for this, that's I was doing my own more important things, other than jumping off of the building. Mithra used hid her little robot buddy Oculus, who's going to be our best friend, soon enough.
You haven't even met him yet.
I haven't met him, but he sounds adorable from the description. And then you guys spotted a bunch of peacekeepers and warblers, which are the little birdie flying things, zipping through the air, but they seem to be normal. So, like, not super high, like, nothing crazy happening on these floors. Let's see. You try to sneak past the people, and Kayla manages to convincingly lie that you guys are construct researchers, and optics is the newest model. And you show them the ingots, but he doesn't know what they are, so he lets you go, which is cool. Meanwhile, Road and Taz head off towards a different lift, so I guess you guys split up, which is very silly of you, but whatever.
It was more
Taz-
suspicious to be a big
Stupid,
group.
but it works. It ain't stupid.
Yeah, Taz.
Although, to be fair, it's more like we put the two slightly more. Actually, no, we put the more charismatic people together,
Yes, you did.
and then the dice just said nah.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, Road and Taz head towards another lift. They try to sort of give the air of they're busy, talking. Don't bother me. They've got their headphones in, that kind of vibe. And as gods approach, they mistake the two of them as drunks and get stopped by the guards. The guards warn them of suspicious activity in the tower and ask if they should report anything to the satrap. If they see anything, to report to the satrap of shields on 165. Taz tries to convince them that they're big fans of the Aegis and aspirants to the profession, which I believe is because they ask why they have weapons on them. After multiple failed charisma rolls, the guards demand to submit them to inspection. But before they can get inspected, Road grabs Taz and telekinetically shoves them both into the lift portal, where they are ejected out onto a floor that is pitch black, and they hear someone call out, "Did someone just come through?" Meanwhile,
The part that you care about.
Yes, the part I care about and remember. I come back to myself after having that strange vision about the devil guy at the bottom of the stairs, telling me that my inheritance is almost ready. I realize I've finally killed the ghost slime creature, and I kind of examine the remains to see if there's anything that might tell me what exactly it is. Thinking of Mithra and her brainy smarts, I bottle up a bit of the slime goop for inspection later. It's got silvery translucent with threads of blood running through it, which is kind of weird because I've not seen that in the news before. Othala knows, and then I know. Let's see. This one had a clear sense of vengeance, but obviously oozes don't normally feel things like that, so that's kind of weird. I found a locket that has a lock of blonde hair inside,
That belonged to the dude.
which belonged to the guy Jaren, who whose face the ooze borrowed, which was kind of freaky. And then I just kind of try to limp off and stay under the radar, heading back towards. Well, I was going to go to Kai Long to threaten him, but I don't feel like I look very threatenable now, covered in slime and blood. So I'm trying to get back to the
Shows
the
what you know
hideout.
about threatening
That
people.
sounds more threatening.
Yeah, right. Well, there's different types of ways. There's different ways to threaten, right? And I'm not trying to threaten him with physical violence so much as social violence. Anyway, so as I'm heading towards the lift, actually I am in the lift when my timeline catches up with when the earthquake and the other team blow stuff up. Unfortunately, I don't know this yet still, but I have a hunch. Anyways, I get thrown, let's see, down to 113, floor 113, and there's a bunch of... Say what now?
If you have a hunch, you should probably go see a doctor about that.
Yeah, it's kind of been bothering me, but, I'm kind of busy, and I don't have the money to pay a doctor. Anyway...
You could borrow money from Rode. I heard he's pretty wealthy.
Yeah, apparently. So I try to go to 113, but I end up
I might be able to give you a
ejected onto a different floor from the crazy earthquake.
A blown back
And I find a floor that looks like it's been partially caved in, very close to 113, but not quite. And as I see people crying and trapped under rubble. I feel a sense of morality kick in. Unfortunately, to my chagrin at first. And I offer them aid. And then I kind of get stuck there out of some sort of desire to help the normal person. I don't know where that came from, but, you know, it...
Who are you and what have you done with Othala?
Yes, I'm not certain what's exactly happened, but something happened. Maybe it's just from hanging out with you normies. Somehow you're rubbing off on me.
How did you know? I
Anywho.
thought she was asleep. Never mind.
It's
Fucked up. That's too much. It's too much. That was too bad. I'm sorry.
No.
Time out.
Anyway.
Time out.
Fine. I'll put myself in timeout.
I'm
God.
sorry, Othala.
Anyways,
you kind of walked into that one.
as I'm helping sort of collaborate with these common folk and telling them what to do, which is what I do best, I run into Aaron Talk, the very handsome knight, second in command to the Aegis, who thanks me for efforts while holding an adorable child, Dragonborn, and it just makes him look even more innocent and adorable. Meanwhile, while that's happening, back to Kayla and Mithra. Jesus, this is a long episode.
We did a lot. You were
You're
there for
supposed to
half.
summarize, not read the entire thing.
Look, I'm
just
trying
saying.
to. I don't even remember what happens. Also, you asked me to summarize, and let's remember like who I am. Okay,
You are
And
incapable. You are
Yeah.
incapable of summarizing.
capable. This is the best I can do.
I guess. This, I
Anyways.
mean,
I think this should be a
chat wanted
punishment
the
for the
long
recap
version.
if you go
Whatever.
too long.
Okay, look, Kayla and Mithra.
You get.
Find their
you
way.
get
Look,
disadvantage.
No, it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna just speed through the rest of this because it doesn't matter because it doesn't involve me. Kayla and Mithra find their way onto the Ithasan place, and they get a room for the night at this sus tavern. When they realize, ew, it's probably not the best idea to be there, so now they have to set an alarm and like take watches. Tazan Road finds some sort of
Disadvantage
homeless
with a choice of chat with a redeem.
beggar people,
Excellent.
and they actually have a place that they stay, and they shack up with them. And
A couple
actually,
of
those people,
fine individuals. They were
Yes.
they were a lovely bunch. A couple of dudes.
yes,
They were a
sure.
lovely bunch of coconuts.
And then they take a rest. So that's where we left off. Everyone was taking rests except for Othala, who is with the sexy man still, presumably, I suppose.
So he had left to go take the lizard folk.
That's right. Oh, was it a lizard folk? I thought it was a dragonborn
They're
child.
kind of hard to tell apart when they're babies. Like they're mostly just
Fair.
like scales and eyes.
That was my bad.
Okay,
And what do I get for doing that again? I get something special.
it's an inspiration point. You get a reroll,
Ah, yes.
Well, no,
Inspiration.
you get
As I should.
disadvantage.
which for Othala is important.
Disadvantage is important? Sorry, what?
No, you getting advantage is important. It's
It is
your
important because
dice.
I rolled really fucking bad. Y'all, I don't know, man. This digital dice is fucking screws me
Super
sometimes. It
disadvantage
did really
for
well
all your
last
rolls
week,
this
but
session.
that probably means I'm gonna do like shit
I
this
know
week.
the
so
dice
we'll
were
see.
going really well
Disadvantage
last
for that
week,
joke.
except
Yeah,
for
dude, I was having a good time. I was liking
Mm.
it. Except for the insight check that made me fall in love with the guy. That's how that happened, by the way.
true.
You know,
I wasn't even thinking of it like that.
You
and then-
overthought.
I do want to say I
Mhm.
half agree with chat's suggestion. I should get disadvantage for that joke I made.
You get disadvantage.
For the joke
Which
I
joke
made,
did
yeah.
which joke?
Perhaps.
Oh yes, that joke. Yeah, you should. Oh, that's pretty bad.
I vote no because Rhode's with me right now, so I.
You guys were suffering last week. I will not lie. You're
Truth.
the dice spat in your mouth and like non-consensually.
Oh boy, this is gonna be an interesting episode.
Sorry.
Jesus.
He is not here.
You definitely cannot find him in this chat.
Nope, definitely not.
No
This
God.
is
Jesus.
my room today. I hope for more bad rolls. For amusement
Where is
purposes.
God?
Oh God! Just that scene from 30 Days of Night. All right,
Movie.
let's do this.
I don't have any bread for my honey.
So, as we begin today's session, an hour into the stream,
Look,
Not my
it
fault.
was not, okay. It didn't take me an hour to do the recap. I'm just
No,
putting that
but-
out there.
Yeah, it did.
Maybe like 20 minutes, maybe.
that's all right. That's all right. The Wiggles are part of the appeal, I guess.
It's fun to just fuck around the first hour, right?
Yeah,
It's what keeps us separate from all the other.
competent
Yeah, like
players.
who stays on track these days? Like that's kind of.
Yeah,
I
you
hope
think we're
Gala
good at
We
rolls
should
this?
call
awesome for
ourselves
the amount of
ADHD
dire rats that
D&D.
Emerald have to face.
Honestly,
I say
if we
at
ever,
least 40.
That really has got to be copyrighted somewhere. Like,
I've
we
seen-
should
I've
check.
seen-
We should.
I've seen T-shirts. I don't know that they're copyright. It's copyrighted, but I have seen T-shirts that say ADHD and D, which is really funny.
That is funny.
So,
All right.
as we begin today's session, our view fades in from a black screen. The only sound that we, the audience, hear at first is the creaking groan of stone under strain, and then, like thunder muffled beneath water, an echo of something cracking deep, something alive. We start today's session zooming into floor 86, the entrance of the night market. We move through the always active, always lively streets of this hidden floor, this space in the tower that is outside of law and of order. And we come in through a boarded up window on the second floor of a back alley, seedy ass motel named the Rusted Ladle. This forgotten stain of a building is tucked behind the piled crates and illuminated by the torchlight flickering of the night market. Its wooden frame leans slightly to one side as if it's bowed in apology of its own existence. Faint strains of string music and drunken laughter filter through the paper-thin walls from the gambling den next door. The whole room smells faintly of alcohol, frying oil, and cheap incense, a scent that barely covers the rot and mildew within the walls. As we enter the room, Mithra is lying in the cot, one arm thrown over her eyes, exhaustion pulling at her limbs like lead. Sleep comes not as a comfort, but as a fragile ward against the spiraling thoughts of resonance, timelines, and unseen futures. Looking out over her friend while she rests is Kayla, sitting wide awake. She's up against the door with a set of darts resting across her lap, eyes fixed on the motionless dark. A faint hum emanates from optics, as it the only sound in the room filling this silence
Oh God, I forgot about
beyond the noise of the outside area or the outside rooms. He releases a rhythmic whir, gentle and almost soothing. But Kayla, your mind is racing. In your head, you continually go over the same thought, running it over like a well-worn track. The Ithacand are close. And the wrong face in a crowd might bring collectors to your door. The right face might bring worse. Looking out onto the alley below, a group of masked figures exchanges something in silence. A shimmer of coin seen briefly before these figures part. You've come this far. You've survived theft, lies, and goddamn huge explosions. But you haven't made it home. Not yet. When the two of you trade shifts and Kayla gets her chance for a rest, you guys wake in the... Your long rest ends in the late morning following your adventures of the night before. What do you discuss and what do you do as the two of you come to full consciousness?
I'm honestly pleasantly surprised we didn't get shanked in our sleep.
Like I said, this is kind of the best option down here. They're relatively safe about making sure guests are semi-safe.
Probably good business practice. If you're ready, I'm about as ready as I'll ever be.
Yeah.
We'll do that little bit of shopping we talked about. Cross our fingers.
I can't remember if I did this already, but I'm gonna pull out my spare cloak, take off my mask, and try and disguise myself a little bit, so I'm not instantly recognized down here.
Okay, are you proficient in disguise, Kit?
I am not. Why would I be?
Make a deception check then.
That is a 12.
Okay. With Mithra providing a bit of guidance, and like assisting a little bit there and here and there, you do slightly change up your de facto appearance, where you normally have the, the feather cloak that is and mask that is your like defining aesthetic. You have removed that, kind of tucked it in, mussed up your face and like eyeliner to where you look like an extra out of like a goth like a goth bar, like somebody who has been out all night. You've turned the feather cloak inside out, so like anyone who looks closely can still see like the seams folded the wrong direction, and there's still some feathers poking out the neck hole, but you've more or less obfuscated your appearance.
All right.
I would also cast disguise self on myself before we left.
Mithra goes easy mode.
Listen,
Cheater.
I know I'm a pumpkin eater.
Cheater, pumpkin eater.
Yes, I will be
Alright,
generic woman, female bee, NPC, NPC blocker.
I mean, female. Oh my god, she's a giant anthropomorphic bee walking around. That's terrifying.
Yes. That is exactly what I am.
Female bee, you said it.
Oh, and Garrow, during my watch, I would have reattuned to my parapet of wound closure.
That makes sense. Yeah, those of you who were affected by the traps can go ahead and reattune over the course of your long rests. Cool. So as you guys leave your room, taking the key and all of your possessions with you, Mithra re-engaging her wrist pocket to hide the
Yes,
what did we call it? The oracle, the
The o-
oculus.
the Oculus is what we're calling it. Yeah.
Yeah. So since we don't actually have a name for it, anything that you decide to call it is appropriate.
Mithra is just
Like
a big
you don't know an
All the
official name for
females
it. So
are
you can
drones. Only
do
a
your own
few
thing.
males exist for a short time for reproductive purpose.
So yeah, you collect all of your items. You step out, taking the key and locking the door behind you, and head out into the main room, where what was her name? Akira, Kina, whatever her name is.
Kina
I think.
sounds right.
So, out in the main room, yeah, Kina is like setting up chairs and getting things ready for lunch. You can smell the remnants of breakfast, and the beginnings of what looks to be like SOS, ready to be served for lunch. So,
Pardon my ignorance. What
SOS
is SOS?
being-
Go ahead.
Oh, it's a shit on a shingle. It's a like a Navy breakfast where it's just like ham cooked in this like country gravy that's spooned out onto bread, slices of bread.
Do they just like thicken up beans, like slather it on there?
Yeah, basically, it's the minimum of flavor. Like it's mostly like salt, pepper, and gravy. Like
You could
and
think
then-
of it
yeah,
as
yeah.
either it's either war rations, or if you're from the other side of the pond, British cooking. So
Yeah, basically. So yeah, she's stewing up some SOS for lunch, and yeah, there's a pile of dishes like stacked up behind her on the counter,
I'm gonna start a fight.
where
I'm
there's
sorry.
this like yeah, there's this like human child. I say child, they're probably like 9 or 10 years old. That's got like a scouring brush and just like very cursorily like scraping out the bowls before putting them in a pile next
It's
to
shredded
the
salted beef
to
with
be
fat
refilled
used
with
with
the lunch.
flour and water and cooked until thickened and put on dry
Not
toast.
super hygienic, but what else can you expect from the rusty ladle?
It's shredded and salted beef with fat used with flour and water and cooked until thick. Is it weird that sounds actually really good? I don't
What?
know. Red Shirt just described what
Yes,
shit on a
yes, it
shingle
does.
is. Shredded salted beef with
Yeah.
fat used with flour and water and cooked with until thickened and put on dry toast.
I mean, it's very filling and simple.
It sounds delicious. I'm just gonna me talking shit about British cuisine is like actually it's pretty good. It's all my
Go
ancestors
ahead
were
and cook it later this
Scandinavian. They
week and let us
boiled
know.
everything.
Cook it later this week and let us know.
Will do. I'm gonna
yeah.
do a cooking video one of these days with the someone half step twin got me the Ghibli cooking cookbook from my throne.
Ooh.
So we're gonna do a cooking video at some point in the future.
Oh, I like that idea.
Thick Gatorade.
I'm gonna do thick Gatorade, I promise.
Why?
Because I said I would.
Oh.
Anyway,
And I'm a man
so
of my word. Go ahead.
Kayla and Mithra, one of you carrying optics.
Tasting
Actually, do you
history
carry
has a
optics, or do
video
you kind
about
of like
shit
let
on a
him trail
shingle.
along behind you now that you're presumably out of
Probably-
danger?
I would ask him.
Probably best to carry him.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to be a very mobile construct.
And at
He's
least down
Well,
here.
not for okay. He's not an outdoor construct.
yeah. Compared to the two of you, he will easily get left behind and kicked around while moving through crowds. But
Yeah, I'll just strap him to
hypothetically, perhaps somebody, a construct expert, could upgrade him and make him a functional familiar.
Ooh.
But that
Hypothetically,
is
of
a
course.
project you will have to work on.
Right.
Just find little wheel or Heelys shoes and tape them to the bottom of them.
All right.
Just like a wheel on the bottom of his carriage, so that way he gets his little legs like paddles. Just
And then he just goes noom.
like roller skating.
Yeah, Heelys. The shoes with the roller skates on the bottom. Just give him some Heelys.
So yeah,
It's
as you guys step out
ridiculous.
into the main room, do you get your last paid for meal on your way out, or
I feel like
do you just
Mithra's
take
not-
off?
Mithra's not a lunch person.
Just take off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm too nervous right now.
Just
to eat.
greased up his bottom and
Also
flip-flop
fair.
So-
shooting so he can sled around.
Placing the key down on the counter, Kina barely kind of like acknowledges your presence and or like right as she's like tending to lunch and sends you on your way. Very informal checkout process. So you guys step out into the bustling crowds of the night market, and you get about. Hold on. Your roll on the disguise was a 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you get about 2 or 3 buildings down from the Rusty Ladle before you're out from an alleyway. It's like tapping gently against your chest. Like there's a swung cane, like a blunt instrument or a quarterstaff kind of. That just like stops you while where you're walking, Kayla. It doesn't like make contact, but you turn and look down the alley and you see a half drow woman. If she's about 5'8", 5'9", so kind of average height, average build. Other than her like red loath-sworn eyes, she would be very difficult to pick out of a crowd. And as she stops you, she speaks in a voice that's just barely audible above that of the crowd, or the sound of the crowd, and says, where is it? I wrote it down. Hey, well. Kayla, I've been looking for you. How lucky that you just happened to walk past my alley.
Why would you be looking for me?
Well, dear birdie, your name is still good with us, but you've done some business with my boss. And while your name's still good with us now, you do owe to the tune of roughly 5,000 gold, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, given this
Send you the video in Discord
very
of that shit on a
fortunate
shingle
encounter,
McHughes. If others want it, just let me
make
know.
a history check, by the way, Kayla, while she's talking. Just to see if you remember any details about her.
Alright.
Because she clearly knows you.
Alright, so yeah, that's a 14.
Okay. A 14? Not bad. So it does take a second. It's when she says, you owe my boss 5,000 gold pieces, that it kind of clicks into place. This is Lautir, Lautir. And she works for a man named Rice. Reiss. Who is kind of
Reese. Sorry.
Rice, Reese, either way. I don't think
Learn
he would be
that
offended.
German.
Yeah, you don't think he would be offended by either pronunciation. But yeah, so he's kind of a mid-tier Ithasan boss. Not exceptionally, like, notorious. And as far as many of the, like, criminal circle goes, he's fairly lenient, but he always does collect his coin. You just may be put on a leash until you're all paid up. So, Lautir, as she's talking to you, she says, tell you what, I think this is a fairly fortuitous encounter. And, let's see, I have a job. Something that I was told to do, obviously, but, I see a chance to offload this.
Lazy.
I'll pay 20% of your debt if you drop off a package for me. And like, from like a big, like a satchel, like a messenger bag, she pulls out like a lockbox. It looks almost like a jewelry box. With like a lock set into the wooden frame of it. She says, 20% of your debt, 1,000 gold pieces. If you just drop this off with a friend of mine, a chance to balance the scales, as it were. What do you say?
Okay, where am I going?
Oh, I've got a friend up on floor 100. Name of Alva. He's, let's say, distinctive. Kind of
Okay.
rocky disposition, if you will. As she laughs at her own kind of like internal joke. Alva is a unique individual. Gargoyle, actually. Mithra, if you say that aloud.
I would maybe
She'll
be
like
muttering.
self-interrupt. Huh?
Yeah, I would maybe be muttering under my breath, more just like myself, like, huh, trying to parse the joke.
Yep. So yeah, as you speak out loud, she self interrupts and says, "Oh no, gargoyle actually, even more rare." Could you imagine a living gargoyle in a city of this size? Anyway,
How even? What the fuck?
Interesting.
Is that a playable race?
so drop this off with Alva. No peeking. There is a marker on there. Alva will be able to tell if you've opened it. And
I know how it works.
excellent.
Can I raise my hand?
Yes. Your name?
I almost said Beseda.
Do it. Fake name right now to the other
Sure,
side.
fake name. No, just like, I barely.
We've never met.
No, we haven't. Do you have a time? I don't. Some of the lifts have been damaged recently, so is there like a hard time limit that you need this done by? Because I don't want us. Like, obviously, like, we'll prioritize it, but I don't want my throat slit just because the elevator wasn't working.
Oh dear, no. Nothing so crass. No back alley murders. You'll just be responsible for the contents if it does not make it to its destination. And as she says that, her like red eyes lock in on you. Not a threat of violence necessarily, but still feels threatening. So
I'll cut in. I look over at Mithra. And I'm not saying the name. No worries. I can take care of this job by myself. You don't need to get involved.
It's fine. You're
no,
good.
friends.
Good.
What are friends for? Of course she'll help you. And she looks back over at Mithra. Right?
Of course. Yep. What are friends for?
Good. I'm so glad to hear that. Now,
Well,
I realize you're headed that way anyway, so of course it's convenient. Actually, what's your passive insight?
I think me and Kayla have similar. I think we both have 16. Yeah, we both have 16.
16. Yeah, shit. As soon as she says you're both headed that way anyway, like that twigs like danger bells. Like, oh shit, she knows more than she should. I know you've been spending a lot of time in that area of the tower recently, so how convenient for us. Drop it off.
Yeah.
Alva will let me know when they've received it, and 1,000 gold pieces, all for you. Well, I guess for rice, but you know what I mean.
I'd buy a lot of rice. Sorry, I wish I was there. Damn it.
Let Rice know. I'll pay him back. I just hit some hard times lately.
It was a rough night.
Yeah, I heard about your shop. How unfortunate. All your collateral is gone. But luckily we know where to find you. Ta-ta! As she'll like whirl her quarterstaff and like use it to lever herself up off the box that she was sitting on, and she disappears into the crowd.
So many friends.
Right.
I got
Let's
friends
just get out of
in
here
low
before anything else
place.
happens.
Yes. Let's. Okay. I think we briefly discussed it last week, but I think I did want to see if there is possibly someone selling a bag of holding.
You're in the night market, and you're in a good place to look.
So, and hopefully we won't get ripped off too badly. Yes. If we, we would have talked about this the night before we headed out, but basically my thought process is if I can get a bag of holding or something similar, we can dump all the suspicious shit into it, and then and in the bag, I can wrist pocket the bag. So it's like triply.
Okay.
Or hold on, let me make sure that I'm not gonna like blow a hole in the space-time continuum doing that.
So I'm just saying, like, interdimensional spaces intersecting with each other does not sound like a good idea.
Sounds like something that we did in the past intentionally, and
Geo
No,
in the
but
background.
okay,
What are
but
you
no.
fucking doing?
But wasn't that was we put the bag of holding into what again? What did we do that
A
time?
bag of holding.
into another bag of holding.
Into a bag of
Okay,
holding.
but this is more like it's more like if we did like rope trick and took our bag of holding into rope trick. That doesn't blow anything
That
up.
doesn't do anything. That's true.
Yeah, that's more what I'm thinking of.
I think ultimately it's up to Garrow. I'm just letting my
Fair.
fears be known.
Everyone hears from like the other floors. You just hear
We're all traumatized.
like just this. They're like, oh, I wonder what happened.
Whole, like 3 floors disappear.
What's the worst that could?
Rope trick and wrist pocket, they do create pocket dimensions, but the specific text on bag of holding is if you place it in another item, or or another item that places it, that creates extra dimensional spaces.
Yeah, so it's fun.
Yeah, so if you guys want to go shopping for that, go ahead and throw an investigation check.
Does my passive 18 investigation get me anything?
And I give her. I was gonna give you advantage, but okay, that works.
Well, I guess would a passive 18 get me anything, or should I just roll?
A passive 18? Sure. Yeah, you know what? You're able to kind of like browse the shops enough, and you know what you're looking for. So it's not like and it's as far as magic items go, it's relatively common. So if you guys were to spend half an hour or so kind of like perusing shops, you should be able to find a place.
Okay.
Double check.
What's the price we're looking at?
So you find yourself in a shop. In Electrum, the bag is listed at 750 EP.
I cannot do math.
So that would
What's that in
be
gold?
Like 300 something gold.
375.
Okay, hold on.
375.
I should be able to do that. Yes. I have enough gold for that. Hold on. Let me.
Do you have enough Electrum on you though? Because this is actually important in this setting.
I was actually gonna ask. I have 160 on me. If I like obviously like we are aware that they trade in Electrum. On the way looking for a store, could we have found somewhere to do some money?
I think if you do it in the night market,
changing.
The problem is you're going to probably lose out on the conversion rate.
It's fine.
Yeah. So
it's a sacrifice.
Yeah, that's a valid point. The night market, I think, would take they would take a cut. It's probably not as steep as Kadira, but like this is also kind of like a barrier entry to get in here.
Right.
So however much you want to convert, go ahead and add an extra 20% onto that. So how much gold are you willing to?
I have 160.
Like how much electrum do you want to end up with?
I have 160 on me. And you said the price was around what, 3 something?
375 gold.
Okay, so let's say
So if you spend 450 gold, you can have that converted into 750 electrum.
Yes, let's do that. I can't do math. So minus 450 gold. Okay, hold on. It's 10 gold pieces and a platinum, right? I'm not stupid.
Yeah, 10 GP per platinum. Electrum is the weird one.
Right.
Because it's two electrum per gold piece.
Okay, hold on. You said 450. Let me do math. I hate math so much.
I think you can just go in and say 450 subtract on your character sheet.
It doesn't like it because I have 427 gold right now, so it's like I need to put in 23 gold.
Fair enough. Okay,
so
yeah. So I'll let you do your bookkeeping on there. But yeah,
Yeah.
remove 450 GP worth. And then yeah, you can buy a bag of holding.
Okay. Cool.
If you wanted to try to haggle down, you could attempt. But that's up to you.
So that's -2 platinum. I honestly would not really. 23 gold cents would be in silver, right? Like the 3 cents.
Yeah. Well, a penny would be a copper if a gold is $1. A silver would be a dime in real world currency.
Okay.
Or more relevant, a copper is $1, a silver is $10, and a gold is $100.
Okay.
So
I'm subtracting 450 gold. So that gets me, what did you say, 700 whatever?
750 electrum.
750 electrum.
Which is the exact cost of the bag of holding. So if you wanted to try to haggle or negotiate, you could do so. Or if you have anything that you wanted to like sell to trade in.
I don't really think we have anything at the moment. I'm not very. I think right now, I'm a little bit we're on a time crunch, so I'm not gonna haggle at the moment.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and add a bag of holding and remove 750 EP.
Yes. Okay, awesome.
All right.
Then as soon as I get that, I would want to pull Kayla into a quiet alleyway and basically do an inventory of everything, of all the most suspicious bits that would potentially get us into trouble, and anything excess that we might want to just offload at the moment.
I will hand over all the people ingots that I have, plus the box for Alva, just so it's extra protected.
Oh yeah, yes, good idea.
Sounds good.
Where did I just added it? Where did it go? Okay. Cool. I'll pull out the Oculus and slip that in there too. So and then once we have offloaded.
You're just like huddled in an alleyway with Kayla, like spreading her cloak to like block off access to, while you're like, or like visual, while you're just like plunging stuff down into your new bag of holding.
Cool. Yeah.
It's just a funny image of me. Yeah.
It is kind of a funny image. And then I will take if it seems safe enough, I'll take 11 minutes to ritually recast Wrist Pocket.
Sure.
Unless we think it's too sketchy.
So this is, as far as like black market alleyways go, the night market is relatively safe. Relatively, like if a pickpocket comes after you, you're not going to get any guards to back you up. You're going to have to fight your own fight. But most of the Ithasand here, most of the people here are Ithasand, and so there's kind of a de facto like pax criminalis, like a honor among thieves kind of thing.
Okay. Then I'll sit, and then I'll spend 11 minutes, and then during that 11 minutes, I'll be like, if you need to do anything else down here, or if there's anything else you wanted to buy or you think that could be useful, we can do that too.
I keep watch if you'd like me to.
Yes, you can help keep watch.
Yeah.
Excellent. I haven't been useful all day. And he'll like hop down and like scuttle out toward the edge of the alley and very like ostentatiously stand at the edge of the alley and like stretch out his little eye stalk and just like scan the crowd. It's really kind of endearingly funny looking.
You're doing great. Just careful of people's feet and other things.
I can warn you. Oh, I'll stand on that box. And you watch as he like kind of like scrabbles up on top of this crate to get more of an elevated, because he's all of like 1.5 feet tall. Um, cool. So while you guys are doing those preparations and you're shopping and everything, let's go ahead and shift perspectives. So, Othala,
Yes.
or actually,
Whatever
let's go with Othala next.
Okay.
And then we'll head to Roden Taz after this vignette here.
I see how it is.
Okay. I guess I could. Well,
No, it's do Othala. I'm just messing with you. It's fine.
Listen, the ADHD is going to kick in for someone, regardless of like which party you go first. So
I will do my best.
All right.
I only promise
Othala,
to try.
You have been up all night. As our audience comes to see where you're at, the light is flickering. The ambient light of the tower flickers as if the tower itself is breathing, slow and shuddering, like a wounded beast. Dust still floats in the air like soot after a house fire, and the faint cries of the wounded echo between leaning, half-collapsed buildings. Around you, civilians shuffle through debris with hollow-eyed exhaustion. The scent is a churned mix of mortar dust, sweat, and scorched ozone, a lingering residue from the resonance rupture. The crater where the floor fell out of 115 yawns open behind you, a wound in Maelhaven's flank. You can remember pulling a man. Like, the night comes to you in a series of like flashed, almost slideshow-like memory. You remember pulling a man from the wreckage, the way his fingers had curled around a broken pendant while shielding a child. You remember directing people into action, not as a noble, not as somebody, not as even as a manager or a boss, but somebody who should be obeyed. Somebody who, by strength of character, demands to be followed. And when Paladin Aratik Resh had approached with his silvered armor tarnished by ash, or his white paneled armor, tarnished by ash, and his expression equal parts admiration and caution, you felt, for the first time in days, to be seen for what you had chosen to become, and not what you were born to be. Now, as the gray morning light begins to seep through the fractured openings, the stained glass of the upper walls, you prepare to descend the tower, to get back to your friends. Somewhere below you, they move in darkness, and you know that they need your guidance. And though you're still dressed in noble silks turned to rags, your mind is sharp, your resolve is keener than ever. The tower may be broken, but you are not. So as you stand up from your seat on the rubble, having only regained just a short rest, as you labored throughout the night, where do you go?
Well, you said I get a short rest, so I'm gonna do that first really quick. Because I'm hurt. Okay, taking a short rest. Okay. Alright. Maybe gonna roll one more hit dice, because oh my goodness. Okay, well that wasn't great, but it's something. It's close enough for right now, just in case he's...
Actually, that does remind me, I did forget something.
go ahead.
Taz and Rode and Othala each earned a reputation point last time we...
Ooh. How do we track that? Where do I put that?
That's just in the Google Doc.
What did we do to earn a reputation point? We helped out some homeless folks.
Yes, exactly. And that is... We'll get to that.
It's as a group, right?
Sorry, this is my aristocrat thinking they're good for something after all.
Yes, it is a group thing.
Okay, I'm gonna let Sai do it because it looks like we're both trying to do it at the same time. So I'm just gonna let her do that.
No.
Okie dokie. So
As you stand up from your seated position on the rubble, what do you go? Where do you do? Or where do you go and what do you do?
Well, first things first, DM, who did I get the rep with? The folk or the Aegis? Or both?
With the people that you helped.
Okay. I had a feeling, but I just wanted a clarification on that one.
Air Attack Resh may be one of those people. Who knows? We'll see.
Yep. All right. Wilson.
But,
All right.
however, we are going to end up exploiting this literary conceit of gathering allies and whatever.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, well.
And I said like Selena in the last
No spoilers.
Throne of Glass book.
Raw. Okay, well. I've spent all night here and presumably have not checked in with my peers who I know were about to get up to some dangerous stuff, so I do think I need to make my way back to the base to reconvene unless I have a more immediate and quicker way to send a message to them, which I don't think I have that spell or anything like that, so no, I don't have any ability to contact anyone. And I don't think I have any. I don't have like a bird on my person or anything like that right now.
Nope.
So I guess I'm just gonna have to do things the good old fashioned way and hoof it.
Okay. So you begin walking,
Mm-hmm.
presumably toward the nearest lift.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where you go? Or is your last experience with these hours, what feels like days ago, was being violently ejected
Yeah.
from the lift and kicked and thrown to the stone floor as you
Well,
tried to move back home?
I don't know of like any manual way to get to the next couple floors, do I? Like an actual staircase?
Make a history check.
I'm good at those. Believe in the me that believes in me. Whoop whoop. Okay, so that's 16 plus guidance.
Hell yeah.
18.
18.
Yeah.
So the tower has never been a static thing. It has changed forever throughout its entire existence, for all 4,000+ years of its existence. The lifts are, as far as that lifespan goes, a relatively recent addition. There are stairs, if you can call them that.
Great.
There are manual ways of moving up and down the tower. There are these narrow, crowded passageways within the outside walls of the tower. Really only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. And normally that would not be a problem, except these stairs are near vertical. And so climbing up or down them, if you miss a step, you can end up falling hundreds of feet, tumbling down this vertical like staircase.
Sounds like
so
the
that's not
Great Wall of China a little bit.
Yeah, it's not a super attractive option. And most of those, you're fairly sure on an 18 that most of them have been closed off or permanently blocked for the safety of the people. Given that the lifts are so much more reliable and safe.
Were.
Until now.
Yeah. If I swing by a lift, do they look like they're still active or are they closed off? Are we like, what's
So the ones near the edges of the wall are illuminated mainly by the rising sun from outside the tower. There's some faint sunlight making its way through these tiny like stained glass windows that ring the floor, as well as the more open balconies at each of the points of the pentagon. So those ones, but you can only really tell based on that natural light that those lifts are there. Because while normally they provide much of the illumination in the tower normally, they are all dark.
Ew. So they look dark.
They're currently deactivated. The ones that are still like barely connected, they are like flickering and inconsistent.
Ooh. They
What'd
don't
you
that
do,
don't look
Othala?
good. Excuse me. If they look kind of sus and not like they normally are, I will opt for the road less traveled, and I will look for the nearest staircase. They may not look great, but I will make them look great as I climb them. So
Excellent. So make an investigation check as you search for a usable route of descent.
yeah, believe in me that believes in me. Gonna use it all the time now. Oh shit, that was really
Woohoo!
bad.
Are you wearing your guidance shirt?
My what shirt?
Your guidance shirt.
I'm not currently right now. It's in
You
the
should.
wash.
Oh.
I wore it the other day. Yeah, it's in the washer. 15 total.
Honestly, both of us should be wearing ours just for the buff.
I know, right? Maybe it would have given me good luck. Dang. Well, it was 15
Yeah, wait, where's my...
total, so it's not
I should have got...
atrocious.
I can get my guidance mug. There we go.
Oh, mine's at work.
Speaking of,
I left mine at
Macus
work.
has a shop if you would like to buy.
The guidance shirt, by the way, great quality.
Is it?
Fabric is super
super
soft.
comfy.
Super soft. The print is like that kind of like solid sort of plasticky type of print. It's not like screen print.
I actually
So it
prefer screen
seems
print,
really
though, so,
durable.
like...
I do like a screen print, but it wears down over time and cracks over time. This one is a little bit more plasticky, so like the D20 portion, at least, it has like that. It doesn't like wrinkle super great, but the print is really vibrant, so it's a really good print job. It just, if you don't like that kind of texture, you might not like the shirt. But it's only on the front that feels like that. The sleeves and the backside are small enough prints that they don't have that sort of plasticky feeling.
Okay.
But yeah, like it seems pretty good quality. I bought a shirt that has a similar texture. It's like a wizard frog that looks like a tarot card that I got off TikTok shop, and that one's very similar in the print, but it's like the whole front of the shirt, and that's like, I don't know, it's definitely more annoying to have the print all the way down. This one, not so much.
Okay. Well, that makes me...
But yeah,
feel
like it's not like a screen, like a thin, like it's a thicker, more durable feeling screen print or whatever you want to call it.
okay.
So we'll see how it comes out in the wash, but I don't think it's gonna have a problem holding itself together for a little while.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm wearing mine tomorrow to my test, hoping that gives me good luck.
Ooh,
Oh my God,
that's
amazing.
a
I
good
love it.
idea. Yes, I got told that we're gonna be required to wear school only merch next school year for work, so I won't be able to wear it to work anymore for good luck. But I will
Annoying.
probably wear it up until that point because I'm gonna need all the good luck now that it's busy season. Oh my gosh, we're like drowning already in
Oh,
like returns and stuff, dude. It's crazy. We're getting like 300-400 books and items returned every single day now. So.
Oh, geez. Have fun with that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, we had only 3 people on Friday, and that was nutso.
Oof.
But yeah, usually we have a crew of 5, but two people were out because of family matters. So, anyways, back to the show.
So, on a what was it? A
It
total
was an ad
15?
break. Yes, 15.
Right. So on a 15, you head over to the outermost wall and begin kind of moving in a counterclockwise direction around the outside edge of the tower, looking for all the world like somebody who is dazed and confused after all the destruction rampant throughout the floor. You make nearly a complete circuit around the tower, finding none of the entrances that you expect to these old staircases. However, after about three quarters of the way around the wall, so hours of walking, miles on your high heels, you do catch out of the corner of your eye a flicker, but not the blue illumination, like the faint, like sun, almost like a sunlight color from the lifts, a golden flicker. And as you turn to look at it, it fades out of your view, and you hear a voice, almost more of a pulse or a heartbeat than actual speech.
Don't worry, Rubik's, I'm hydrated.
She belongs to us. She belongs to us. And it takes you a second to realize this voice is infernal.
Ooh.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So I'm looking for stairs, and then I see a glow, and it is the infernal internal or external? Like, is it like the voice in my head, or is it like...
You have no idea.
Okay. You know, I see a flash of golden light, and I do like gold things, so I think someone's speaking in infernal, presumably possibly about me, and I'm fucking tired of like not knowing what the fuck is going on, so against all my better judgment, I will make my way towards the flashy light to try and figure out who fucking is talking shit about me.
Excellent. So, heading towards this flicker, it takes you move towards the wall, towards this space where the only gap that you're able to kind of pass through is this tiny, what looks like to somebody's yard. Just like a little space of
shit about you.
like green strip in between the back of a residence and the wall itself. And as you kind of like climb over the short picket fence of what was once a fairly well-off neighborhood until it became coated in ash and stone dust, the flicker reasserts itself as you come around the corner. Almost in that way, like when you stare at a bright light and you can see like that darkened after image of the light burned onto your retina.
Mm-hmm.
That is the effect that you're getting. As you look around, it is not constant. It is not it's not attached to anything in the physical world. But it does center as you look around and move through this yard, and stops on a panel, a chunk of marble making up the outer wall. And as you walk up to it, this flicker, this illumination resolves into characters, script written onto the wall. She belongs to us.
Whose bones is it?
The words written on there, it says that?
Yes.
In a glowy yellow light? Okay.
Yes.
It's a statue?
No, it's like a panel in the wall, like one of the giant chunks of marble that make up the outside.
Who is she then?
Presumably you.
Well, but
So I
like,
don't know.
why is it? Does it look like it was written here just recently, or is it?
So it's not actually. It's not actually written on the wall.
I'm
Like I said,
seeing
as your eyes move around, like it is trailing after your vision.
Oh,
But it's
this is some weird fucking
constantly,
warlock shit. Got it.
yeah, it's your eyes are continually drawn to this spot. Like I said, almost as the after image of staring at a bright light, where it kind of like floats around in your line of sight, your view there.
I don't presume to belong to anyone, but I will take your message into consideration. And she'll like kind of like look around to see if there's like anyone watching her.
Make a perception check.
Perception check. Believe in the me that believes in me. Oh, 19 plus. Gosh, I'm just gonna guide myself all day today. Dirty 20.
So, looking around, you kind of like, because the space of this little yard is so small, like you take like 2 steps and kind of like look into the window. And by looking through the back window, you can see where the front of the building has just kind of like sloughed off, and then like fallen into the street ahead of it. Um, so this building or this house that you're standing in its yard is unoccupied. And you can see like signs of dishevelment as the intact rooms have been kind of run through. Presumably the residents like grabbing valuables and things that they can't live without, before they leave the damaged building behind.
So I'm in the yard, like the backyard of a damaged building.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. But like for some reason the light is shining on this pillar specifically.
Yeah, it's a part of the wall, the outside wall of the tower.
Oh. I don't want to touch it because last
the
time I
vibe-
touched something.
My bones.
Yeah, the vibe that you get from this is hidden door.
Okay. Okay. So maybe I have to touch it.
The door. The door.
The door! God, that sounds just like the video. All right. She will inspect the pillar to see if there is some place that is safe to touch that will not explode her into demon hellfire, like the last time she touched something with infernal relations. And see if she can find.
I love
like,
that
an
she's
entrance.
yet again doing this alone.
Yep, it's gonna be great.
Cool.
I don't have Road to bail me out this time.
She wasn't gonna pull you off of it this time anyway, as far as you know.
So,
Fair.
yeah, all you can see is this flat piece of marble embedded part of the wall. Nothing looks any different than anything else other than this block being continually like the script like hovering over it.
If I say, I'm thinking like parcel tongue right now. If I ask the door to open in Infernal, does anything happen?
Make either Arcana or Religion check.
Damn
for
you,
me.
formative Harry Potter memories.
It's a same amount of oof, Redoofa believing in the me that believes in me. That's not great. 7.
7. Yeah, so you go to speak in Infernal, which you're fluent, and nothing happens. And then you try to remember like any sort of lessons, any bindings, anything that you might be able to think of, especially now, presumably knowing the identity of your patron, and nothing comes to mind.
Oh, damn it. I should have paid more attention in my Infernal Studies class.
Yeah, you speak several phrases back to back, but nothing seems to make an impression. This floating text is still just there. Do you decide?
Damn it!
Are you going? You could always turn and walk away.
Well, no, this feels like a challenge now. The text says, what? She belongs to us?
She belongs to us.
Ugh.
with fava beans.
No. I will touch the pillar with my fucking hand and see if anything happens.
So as soon as your skin comes into contact with the stone, it explodes.
Ah, shit. Here we go
It
again.
shatters around. It shatters around you with chunks of marble flying in every direction.
damn it.
Not a single shard touches you.
Oh,
But
thank
you
God.
turn and look behind at the back of the building, and barring the silhouette of Othala with horns and figure, and apparently spreading wings out to the edge out to the edge, either edge of the building. Excuse me. The windows and the back facade of the building are just peppered in damage from these shattered bits of stone impacting the back of the building.
Did you just say I have wings now?
You do
Or
not.
your shadow.
Holy shit. Okay.
This silhouette looks like your body with Zagum's features.
Zagoon. Sorry. The cow.
Stop it. Stop yelling that. I hate it so much.
Zagoon.
No, he's supposed to be cool.
He is cool. Zagoon.
Zagoon.
Oh my God. I'm fucking done.
Listen, we're autistic. Let us have this.
Okay. All right.
So, as
Cool.
the stone shatters, you look behind and see this silhouette that is you, but is not at the same time. You turn back to the now open shaft hidden behind this stone and look down. Just beyond there is a chain made of this blackened iron with spikes sticking off of alternating links. You don't think that here before. And down, 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 deep
Team
into the
Goblin
darkness,
Cup.
just beyond the range of your devil's sight, you can see a faint golden illumination highlighting the shape of this chain as it descends down into the tower. And with that, we will go ahead and switch.
Shit. You cut out for a brief second. Did you say you don't think
Okay.
I don't recall having been there before, or I don't think
you don't think that this chain was here before?
Oh,
because
okay.
it is this blackened, like devilish looking iron. It is not the same white and brass aesthetic of the tower itself.
Got it. Okay.
It looks
Great.
infernal in origin.
Fun.
You
I'm
can
about
see
to have
its
an infernal
shadow,
adventure.
its silhouette, illuminated from below with that same golden glow.
Also, I'm supposed to be technically going up, not down, correct? To get back to 113.
To get down to 110, yeah, you're 5 floors above where you need to be.
Oh, okay. I do have to go down. Okay. All right. Cool.
What did you
Fantastic.
say? Oh. Bio break. Oh, is it 7? I guess it is. Yeah, if you guys want to take a bio break for 5 minutes before we swap to Road and Taz.
All right, cool. Bio break time. Go to the bathroom.
I need a snacky
I don't mean to
snack.
leave you out of the first half of the session. But
It's fine. Whatever. Oh, you were apologizing to Hannah, weren't you? I wasn't even considered in that.
Ah.
All right. Bio break,
would you be?
guys. I'm going to run an ad now just to get it out of the way. We'll see you guys on the other side.
who's here?
Hello.
Lol.
Beat.
Still think the groups should have failed their athletics check last session keeping Road alive. Roadkill would have been amusing.
Hmm?
Royal Redshirt. Lol, still think the group should have failed their athletics check last session. Keeping Road alive? Roadkill would have been amusing.
It would have.
Hannah. Listens two of the.
I'm having a 9th ice cream sandwich today after shoving 8 in 2 minutes earlier this afternoon for a bet.
That's fair.
Rubik's, I got horchata.
Horchata.
There's water in horchata.
I mean, it's
And-
also water in humans, and you don't see me eating them.
But there's blood, you know.
70+% Hannah. %70 of your biomass is water.
According to your history, Spanish, whatever teacher.
Oh, yeah. Back when my earbuds were cutting out and I missed the whole story.
Apparently.
Once Road and Taz get back, we will get started. But welcome back, everybody. There, I live for your clips.
Baby Sugar Pants sounds sad. I didn't even know you sent a test intro, Bear.
I didn't either. That's super cool.
Yeah.
Or in the Badger Chat Discord.
Yeah.
The link will be a little more
ice cream. I
permanent.
think.
Garo, did you want me to send you some tasting history with Max Miller videos for food ideas for taverns?
Food ideas for taverns. At one point, I did have like a D&D food generator.
Yeah,
There's
Bear,
like-
you can either put it in the memes and dumb stuff or general chat.
There's also a D&D chat, D&D screen
Oh,
under Macus stuff.
Marcus.
But I don't know if your clips are just channel in general or Maelhaven Rebellion.
Go study and you can watch the VOD later.
Yeah. Studying is more
How
important.
confident do you feel? Because sometimes you just like get it. Road, get your butt back here. I have no patience.
Mayo.
You know, I think going forward, we should have a chat create a punishment for any character that is late to a session.
Sorry, I clicked on a video as soon as you started talking and it like went over everything.
Arden's gonna eat shit then. Affectionately, but
Rad. Yeah, put it wherever it works then. Fair.
Chat, while we're still waiting, we pulled our biggest card to date yet, like 2 days ago. Very exciting. So it was very exciting.
Charizard was worth more when we pulled it.
Yeah, but not now.
Yeah, it's gone down.
I pulled the pretty Pikachu out of
Arden would be stuck with the Uwu
Sterling
code
Sparks.
forever.
You pulled the pretty Pikachu?
Yeah, he's real cute.
It's a $250 card raw. If we get it graded and it turns out to be PSA 10, it's closer to $800.
damn, everyone pulling freaking cards these days.
Yeah, Lacey had her very first Pokemon card or pack she ever opened. She got a holographic first edition Charizard.
Nice.
fuck?
She should for sure buy some lottery tickets.
This was when she was a child, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if she
And one
pulled
of
that
her,
now, like, that's buy a new house money.
Seriously. But yeah, no, one of her friends tried to convince her that it was a useless card and she should give it to him. And
Ooh.
she just think, no, I like it.
Good for her.
I'd say she's a woman of taste, but she somehow ended up with me.
I
We
put
all
the
make
Pikachu in the memes and random links.
Let me see.
He's so cute.
Max, where are you?
Taking a big poop.
You
Dang,
can
that's a fancy ass Pikachu.
Yeah. He's all pretty with the crown and everything. What's sad is I was like, Garo, I see like rainbow alongside. Maybe it's this cute little it's like $6 card that I was hoping for. It didn't even occur to me to hope that it was the expensive cards. And I was like, holy shit, this is a lot of pressure. I don't know what to do now.
It's so funny. You just put a thumbnail in.
Yeah, I just grabbed it from the internet and I didn't take a picture of ours. I could multitask. Yeah, that never goes wrong. Rubik's Keeper.
Well, for me, like, studying goes best when I either put on music with no lyrics or a long ass VOD of like Pokemon tournaments.
Did you watch
Hey,
Wolfie's
cool.
recent
I
4-hour
did
video?
really good with that.
Yeah, I did. I literally did. Wolfie,
I did
Wolfie
too.
is in my regular rotation because like I can put on his like 2-hour long VODs and just like pay minimal attention and it becomes background noise.
That's great.
Well, and I can look up and be like, oh yeah, cool. Like what happened there? Like that strat sounds fun, and then never actually implement it because I don't actually play competitive Pokemon.
Oh yeah, I've never played Pokemon in my life, but I love his videos. They're like perfect.
Sorry, I missed whose videos are you watching?
Wolf
Wolfie,
Glick.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wolfie.
He's
pretty
a
cool.
Pokemon.
I've been
Yeah,
enjoying
he's-
this group of multiple Pokemon tubers that do like random things, like roll a die to select your starter Pokemon and then they fight.
Yeah.
Red.
Aren't those like,
Right.
what do they call them? Like the Nuzlocke challenges or something?
Hey McCuse.
They do some of those as well. But this one is basically they just have a random generator on, and it just randomly selects what their starters are going to be from literally anything that's available.
Okay. What?
Right. Mac is because you took so long on the bio break, you have the woo woo curse.
Startled.
No.
You startled, I'm sure. Okay. Road and Taz.
Yes.
Everybody here? Everybody ready? Okay, cool. Yeah. Right. Okay, so as our perspective shifts to you, we open up on a room just blanketed with darkness, holding the space almost like a stagnant breath.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, sorry.
Last night you were thrown from the lift into silence, the kind of silence that remembers noise, where voices used to echo, where lights once flickered. Now only the soft crunch of rubble underfoot and the distant sob of leaking pipes breaks the stillness. In this room, this broken down building, you see Boggy, the rag draped man, standing up against the ruined doorway. His figure hidden from sight from outside, his face hidden beneath patchwork veils. His voice is hoarse when he speaks, more wind than man, and beside him, Oland, the goblin on a rusted sled, chews on a bundle of stale jerky and eyes your pack with a quiet curiosity. This house that you've been led to groans with age, its walls tilts, its roof bearing the scars of flame and mold in every corner. But it holds, just barely. The fire that you built in a broken hearth casts uneven shadows, and as Taz and Oland take turns cooking, the motion is fluid, practiced, generous, and Road watches the window, always listening. For a moment, there's warmth between strangers, between broken people, but above you the tower groans. In the distance, you can hear warblers buzzing and blinking out as they come into and out of functionality. And the resonance that you shattered still echoes it down into the bones of Maelhaven. You aren't safe, but you're alive. For now. So as you to wake from your actually compared to the others, relatively safe and solemn slumber.
Yeah, you did say
Guarded
last week that
in
we
multiple watches.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you absolutely would not have gotten a long rest if Taz hadn't invited them to stay with you.
They
So
would
the
have
reason
robbed us
why
in our sleep.
Listen, Taz is our people person.
So yeah, if Taz hadn't been like welcoming to these people, like they were absolutely leading you into a trap. And like they admit to this throughout the night, like as you guys are sharing rations and like trading stories, staying circumspect as you discuss your pasts, your histories, or lack thereof, with these two beggars. And like I said, they tell you, Olin just says it right out, and he goes, "Yeah, if honestly, we were. This would not have been the first time where we led some Dassos back down an alley and came back with friends, but honestly, you guys seem like good people, so I figured. I mean, why not help you out?"
Exactly. How is anybody gonna make it through this life alone? We all have to help each other out.
Appreciate it.
Don't I know it? Boggy kind of, as he's leaning up against the wall, he says, oh, where's this thing? Well, oh shoot, where'd it go? I wrote it down. Yeah, not much. Well, I guess we're all ghosts down here. None of us leaving much of a trace. None of us really surviving without the aid of others. And Well, no one comes down here anymore besides us. Just ghosts and runaways. That makes us the same now, doesn't it? Oh, I forgot his voice was all raspy and shit. Um,
Yeah, but if you think about it, if we wouldn't have run into you, we wouldn't have the info that you gave us, and we wouldn't have been able to have this night together. And I mean, you guys just being down here has made our lives easier for a night. And think about all the interactions that you have with everybody else. I mean, if we're all nice and care for each other, doesn't that make everybody's existence more important?
so with like a discordant laugh, like Olin's like, and then and like spits a loogie off into a corner of the room, clearing out like some long lodged phlegm. He goes, "Well, if everybody helped out, then there wouldn't be anybody like us here waiting in alleys to help you out of a bind. Um, things would not be as bad as they are now. Not for anyone. And then where would you be? Stuck in blackness and darkness and in a broken down city." He doesn't seem to realize like the logical inconsistencies of his statement, but the emotion is consistent at least.
It's okay. I get where he's coming from. I'm picking up what he's putting down.
Yeah, like there's emotional consistency, even though there's not really a lot of like logic tying his thoughts together. He's like, yeah, if people weren't shitty, then we wouldn't be here to help you, and like if blah 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 blah. So yeah, because you guys get to split your watch 4 ways, and you have found yourself in an area of the city where not many other people go, you do manage to get a long rest here. The one
Sorry, go ahead.
eventful moment of the night is, so Road, on your watch, you kind of like have your moment and you center yourself. You do your meditative your meditations, your psionic recentering. And yes, to answer your question, what was it that we said? Was it Holland and something like spiders eating his limbs or something like that? I don't remember what it was exactly.
I believe
so. So you have nightmares of your limbs being eaten by spiders.
Spiders. Just that episode of SpongeBob. Sorry.
Yeah. The other moment of interest throughout the night is actually Road or Taz. Which of you has a higher passive? It's Road.
My passive
Road
what?
has a higher perception.
14.
Yeah, so you do crack an eye open. Oh yeah, because you got that feat for your last level, huh?
Did I?
Yeah, so you crack an eye in the middle of the night, and you spot Boggy during his watch, up at the doorway that you guys had like ripped open and broken in, and he's speaking softly to a group of men outside. And you don't catch most of the conversation. But you do see like the body language that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys outside at first look like excited, then irritated, and then like as Boggy is talking with them and having this like extended conversation, they eventually kind of like shrug their shoulders and move on. And you get the feeling that you guys were just talked into safety here.
Awesome. Love it. Love everything about it.
There would have been a fight otherwise. But anyway, so the morning comes, and the 4 of you do come back to wakefulness, having slept on soft, like soggy wooden floors, with your packs for pillows.
Someone tell me what song that was. I need to know right now.
Which song?
the song that's playing in the background right now?
Jotunheim by Bear McCreary, God of Ragnarok.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Thought I recognized
What's
it.
his name?
Bear McCreary.
Bear McCreary.
He's actually done a bunch of music for video games in the last couple of years. I've like read articles with his name in it. Anyway, so yeah, you guys come to consciousness hours
Actually, I'm
later.
thinking it was probably the song right before that was trying to figure out what it was. The one that was all like sad and had like a lyre playing in the back.
Well, this one's been playing for like the last 3 minutes, so
Oh, cool.
I don't know which one you think it is.
Then it probably is that song. I just didn't know it was gonna have the ho 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 at the end.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt everything.
You should be.
How do you spell
dare you.
McCreary?
It's
MCCRE.
Never mind, I found it.
MCCREARY.
He also
You know,
said
you know what the worst
battle
thing was? I
scrabble
spelled
and
McCreary
soundtrack.
correctly. You know what I spelled incorrectly?
Right.
Bear.
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 Of course.
Yeah.
Never
I
change
said-
side.
I said Bray, like BREA, and then I said, nope, that's wrong. And then I deleted something, and then it turned into bar, and I'm like, nope, that's wrong. It's just like, oh boy.
Brain no worky.
Ring no worky.
Why use many word when few do word do trick?
Why use word when word no work?
Cool. So, yeah, you guys come back to consciousness hours later with a full long rest. And after a like quick cleanup, almost in like a we don't want people to know the places that we sleep kind of an attitude. Boggy and Oland kind of like scoot around and rough things up to look very similar to how it was when you guys broke in before they take off. With Boggy with his like tall, spindly, rag draped form dragging Oland on his little sledge off into the darkened floor, illuminated very faintly from the outside of the tower.
Rhoda's gonna have a small spider phobia for a little while. Just, yeah.
So,
I'm gonna say as we like are parting ways,
yeah, did you have any conversation that you wanted to have with them? Sorry, before I sent them off. Go ahead, Taz.
I would have just like given them hugs,
Just like
goodbye,
me.
and probably like given them some snacks for later.
Yeah. Boggy does say, well, I hope that you make it to where you're going. I can tell that travel is going to be difficult, and as he kind of like gestures off into the distance where you can see like the beginnings of torches beginning to illuminate the center of the floor, like way off in the distance. Travel's going to be markedly more difficult over the next few weeks, I think. So,
Sure seems it.
What floor do I live on, Garo?
with with Lou and Dottie,
Yeah.
75.
Against Hannah's better judgment, Taz would 1,000% be like, if you guys are ever up on 78 and you need
Oh my
any
God.
help or need some help, you know, just ask around and I'll find you. I'll help you.
Brad.
In before she gets Lou and Dottie just fucking like mugged.
Honestly, I'm sure that Lou and Dottie is probably very used to Taz bringing home random strays to help them, regardless of what they are.
I love it. So, yeah,
This is just they just show up at the house when Taz isn't there, and they're like, he's like, we're here because of your daughter, and they're like, what are you doing in my house? There, wait, she said you had food and could help us. Oh, please leave us alone.
No, wait, Taz or Lou and Dottie would absolutely feed random like little people coming in.
I know.
So I was like, we are all the same, cut from the same cloth with that.
Lou and Dottie are like, they're culturally they're like little old Italian people. They've always got like pasta and baked goods and stuff around. Like,
Or little like Asian grandparents. They're like
Love that
you look
so
too
much.
skinny. Come in here.
Rad. So, if you invite them down, Olland will kind of laugh and gesture to himself. Well, I'll see what I can do to make myself presentable to the family. Wouldn't want you bringing any ragamuffins home.
Oh my god.
Oh, I mean, come on, you've seen me, right? And she'll like elbow him.
Now, if I could offer some unsolicited advice, I don't know where you're going, but if you found refuge with us last night, I can't imagine that what you're doing is above board. I would stick to the outskirts as much as I could if I were you. And perhaps stay out of sight. The Aegis does not need any more bodies sent to its grinder.
Isn't that the truth? I appreciate that. We'll keep an eye out. And you guys too. Keep safe, okay?
Hopefully our paths cross in the future. And he does this like elaborate bow and like pulls his hat off, and you can see like on the very top of his head is one of the only things that's not covered in rags, and he's got like this bald pate. Before he like puts his hat back on and like begins dragging Olland away. Very
Adorable.
like
Hang on, sorry.
scarecrow and a pumpkin aesthetic.
Sorry, I was gonna go grab something real quick.
Maxwell.
We need you.
Why do I like them so much?
Well, Taz would normally have been like, all right, where are we off to now? But Maxwell left.
So Tess, what are you doing? Is
I don't know. I am not the leader of this group. Jesus.
Well, don't you guys already know you were headed back to base? Like, right?
Yeah, are we trying to get back? I assume we're trying to get back, if that makes sense. Unless I have forgotten the plot that Road was taking us on.
Road was taking you on a plot?
God, I hope so, because I'm just here for vibes. We'll say we're working our way back towards... And then we can turn around if Road comes back and says that.
cool? So just turning and heading in a random direction feels very Taz. Trying to just like figure out how to get there. So Taz, do you feel like you guys would just like wander aimlessly? Or is Taz the kind of person who would like flag down somebody for directions?
Feels very
I
Hannah
would
too.
probably flag down for directions, but to be honest, I would probably ask for directions from our friends that we just made before I would left.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So what do you ask them? Like, what do you? Because the last bit of conversation there was Boggy and his unsolicited advice. So that does feel like kind of a natural segue to asking for directions. If you wanted to.
Well, whatever, like, what's Hannah does not remember what floor or where the freaking safe house is, so I'm like, how do we ask without giving away our location? 110?
Where the lift is?
Okay,
Well, you guys.
so I guess I would ask, like, what's the safest way to get up to the higher floors?
Presumably the lifts, but they do not appear to be working. Even in this neighborhood, the 3 and the 30 cast their baleful light out on everything. But after that earthquake yesterday, everything seems to be a little bit disoriented. It's almost as if the world itself has taken a sucker punch. So, there are... Make a persuasion check, Chaz. It's not a high DC. But as Boggy, like, looks down at Olland and they kind of, like, lock eyes for a second.
19.
19. There are more discreet ways of traversing the tower. there are old stairwells from before the lifts were installed, and even more subtle ways to move about if you know. So, if you're able to find one of them, the stairwells are dangerous, narrow passageways in the gaps of the walls, where you can find yourself climbing up and down in these cramped, narrow passageways. Or you could, if you really need to be discreet, the exterior of the tower has handholds.
Well, that sounds like fun.
It's, much more difficult to know where you're going there versus when you take the lifts, but if you were to try to climb the exterior, it's not a bad option.
Well, I mean, this one's got a bum knee, so we'll take it over, like, our arm strength over the legs any day.
Wait, what are they talking about?
Let's do that. We're gonna go outside and scale the building, because you left me, so this is what we're doing now.
So, yeah, Road, you come up on this conversation as Taz is, like, talking with Boggy about climbing the outside of the tower to get to where you need to go.
Oh, cool. I mean,
there are
you're acting like that's not
filigree.
something I'm totally down for.
Yeah, the other option was finding the stairwells within the walls of the tower.
This will not be the first time I've scaled this tower. Or scaled the outside of the tower.
Yeah, Road is aware of off the beat pathways in between floors, but not so many in this particular area. But you do kind of know the signs. But yeah, if you guys wanted to head out to the exterior of the tower, you're maybe a couple of blocks away from the outside edge.
Cool.
Yep, that sounds like an adventure. I'm on board.
And Taz can fly. It's no big deal.
That too.
Wait, shit.
So, you guys begin walking through this desolate, kind of decrepit area of the city. The buildings and homes of this place, of this neighborhood, look like they were once kind of, well, to put it bluntly, this is kind of like a projects area. The houses are small, little, like, bric-a-brac, 2 stories in most cases, very clustered and cramped together. Almost like picture, like Victoria, like industrial era England, like Jack the Ripper's aesthetic. There's like little trailing bits of fog from like broken bits of tower infrastructure, where there's this like pale blue fog flowing out into the air.
Oh my god!
And as you
chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim cheree. Sorry,
a little bit.
I'm just getting that
sounded
stuck
like
in my
it
head
did for
now.
like 2 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, come on! It's Dick Van Dyke. It's the best. All right.
Yeah. I know Chitty
So
Chitty
good.
Bang Bang.
No, you.
No,
Mary Poppins.
no, Mary Poppins, Mary Poppins.
Damn it!
You don't know shit.
I was gonna be like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, sir.
Also a very good
Bang Bang
movie.
and Mary Poppins.
Also a very good movie. But if I ever wanted to bottle a vibe and like be part of that crew, it's totally the chimney sweeps of London in Mary Poppins. Those guys were like a tight knit group.
Dude, no, I love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That was my jam. The best part of the whole movie was like the inventor like making breakfast with like the crazy like contraptions. Yeah, oh, so good, just so good.
In Garrow's defense here, Mary Poppins and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang tend to come up together a lot because they're both movies I have not seen.
Oh, really?
But it freaks out because I've not seen either one of them, so they tend to get looped in together.
What?
Gary, you married this woman?
Jesus Christ.
You married her
Yeah,
without
I'm a female.
making
You
sure she saw
give me a
it?
break.
Hey, she hasn't seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang or Mary Poppins.
Garrow, how did you marry this woman?
Even I've seen Mary Poppins.
Oh, Sai just got you with that one.
What'd she say?
Even she's seen Mary Poppins.
Oh, damn.
She's a literature lover. You traitor.
I've never seen Pride and Prejudice either.
What the fuck?
Or read it.
Well, okay, to be fair, there's like 6 different versions of Pride and Prejudice.
Yeah, but still, like, none
And you
of
will
them?
start a war depending on which one you say you like, so.
We're not gonna get into that right now.
Next time we do a
Anyway.
family vacation on the cruise ship in Alaska, we're gonna be watching Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and Mary Poppins before.
Yeah.
We're not doing the first
Actually, maybe we should just stream.
Oh, the
We should just have a streaming event where we all decide to meet up at the same time and
Friends
all
group.
watch Chitty Chitty Bang Bang
the
and
friends
Mary
group to the
Poppins.
Bahamas.
No. Okay. Canada,
Yes.
not Canada. Portland. We'll watch it with them in Portland since we're staying
I don't know
in
if we'll have
Portland.
time in Portland. Will we?
At nighttime
At
in the
night?
hotel room.
At night, I'll get it on a thumbstick. All right.
Anyway.
If not, we're not going to see them again for like 2 years in New Zealand.
That's true. All right.
When are you guys going to Portland?
We're going up to
World War
Portland
III.
in July.
World War III.
Nice.
World War
August.
III. World War III.
Mm.
I don't know
Okay.
dates. We're going on.
He doesn't know. He's like, I'm just along for the ride.
I'm just showing up when I'm supposed to show up. All right.
Are you guys gonna drive or fly?
We're gonna fly.
Hmm.
All right.
They swing by Anaheim.
Yeah, right.
All right. Onward.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, the last bit of advice that Boggy gives you before you guys split up says, if you're going to scale the tower, there's some inaccessible areas on the street level. But if you were to climb to the top of these houses, there's a impromptu thoroughfare that will get you there a little more quickly and with fewer interruptions.
Much more quickly. Sorry.
So-
Go ahead.
If you wish to make it there quickly, then go ahead. Otherwise, we will. I do hope we see each other again. This has been a very pleasant experience for us.
Yeah, it's been a blast. Boggy, right?
Buggy, yes. And he does the little bow thing again, where he like exposes his bald head.
Yeah.
He exposed. Yeah, so you stuttered at the worst possible moment. He exposed his what?
His bald head. All right. So yeah, you guys begin heading through floor 199 to the edge of the floor, and the balcony here is one of the varieties that is enclosed. Like there's this like what looks like it was once a like stained glass depiction of like a some kind of like legendary beast, but over the years all the bits of glass have been broken out and like taken for like the leaded glass, which is fairly expensive, leaving just behind the like iron grate that once held this work of art. There's not an easily accessible way to reach the outside of the tower from this balcony.
Okay. You first, Taz. Taz?
I click my heels and float up a little bit and look at you.
Ah.
What's your plan?
Dip. Well, Roach is gonna like bundle all of his crap. He's carrying fucking everything too. He forgot about that. Bundle everything up, tie it up as he knows how, and he's gonna start. Can you like leap and go for a handhold? There are any handholds? Did you just literally just finish telling me that there were no handholds?
It is the remnants of a stained glass window.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm
So
absorbing the information.
it is like it's like fancy chain link.
Yep. Fancy chain link. This is easy.
So-
It's gonna get a lot harder, but this is easy.
Yeah, so I guess not iron, it's actually brass to fit the rest of the aesthetic of the tower. But it's like, yeah. So you can go ahead and climb up, and you do reach the ceiling of the floor fairly quickly,
Mm-hmm.
which does actually give you a view deeper into the tower. As you look back behind you, over the tops of the buildings that you had, sounds like you had neglected to follow the highway up there that Boggy had told you about. You look back behind, and towards the center of the floor, there is this growing inferno. Was this flame as buildings within the center areas of the tower? This one of the closer neighborhoods to the three lifts in the center is beginning to go up in flames, and there's sounds very faint over the distance that had previously been muffled by the buildings surrounding you, of angry shouts and shattering glass.
Can I see what the angry
Garrow,
shouts
why
are
would you
about?
do this to me?
You don't have to go back. Make a perception check, Taz.
But... Thank you.
14.
14? On a 14, your best guess on this is rioting. Like, something has happened in further or deeper within the tower here to cause the people to begin looting, burning. Yeah, there's a fine distraction on the center of the floor. And with the lack of mobility to get into and out of 99, 99, nobody's coming to quench these flames. Like the Aegis haven't really been able to get down into here yet. And so only those that were on the floor at the time are there to kind of control the crowd.
Well, I'm absolutely going in.
Oh god. Yep. Road's not gonna be able to. Yeah.
I've already left. I'm going towards it.
Can Road like leap and grab onto Taz's like hand, like take me with you?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So, Taz, make an athletics check.
So it automatically went with advantage, but I'm not raging.
Correct.
22 athletics check. Oh wait, did you just need one from Taz?
Sure. Either one will work for me.
I can't see what because they both rolled together, but I can't see what the individual rolls were. God damn it! Now it's gone. Hold on, let me.
Taz, I see a 15.
Right, but that's like the best out of two because it rolled with advantage. I'm not.
5 and an 8.
Oh wait. Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to figure out why they're not translating to VTT anymore, but yeah, I can see them on D&D Beyond still.
Wait, did mine not go through?
Wait, did it not roll?
I haven't been seeing it in the VTT, but that's fine. I think it's broken because I updated Foundry this last week.
That's probably it.
So, yeah, a 15 is fine.
But it's actually a 12.
Either way.
I'll be like struggling and be like, okay, if we gotta do this, you gotta start like on getting more salads or something, buddy. This is a lot.
The hell is a salad?
Salads.
Oh wait, you haven't watched SpongeBob either.
God damn it. Who hasn't watched SpongeBob? I know Sai hasn't.
So, not getting derailed again here.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Fine.
Yeah,
We're gonna talk about this afterward.
Road hops off of the stained glass remnants, and hops onto Taz's back, and you watch as she catches him in like a piggyback carry, and she drops about 4 feet as the little wings on her ankles begin to struggle for a second before regaining enough lift to get her back up into the air. You guys are zipping across the rooftops when so with the sound of rioting getting louder as you travel. Road is the first one to spot it. On a roof just about a street over. I guess like on the left-hand side of the street that you're like flying over. Looking out of the window of the house, like you see this face of like a young dwarven child like waving out at you with like a wide eyes and a little bit of like fearful look, waving you down as you're flying around.
How close is he to me?
From where you're flying right now, maybe 30 feet.
All right, so I will not jump off of Taz to get to him. Rhoda's gonna like point at the boy and kind of steer Taz, like, go that way.
Grab her ears like handlebars.
You do not touch my barriers or my human ears.
I was thinking more shoulders, but okay.
Yeah, that works.
Oh, no, he's grabbing like the fur of your hood like reins.
You know what? That actually tracks a lot. Yeah, I'll say that.
Rad. So yeah, you guys go swooping to the side. As you cross over the rooftops, in between you and this kid, shit. Road, what's your armor class?
16.
16. So
God damn it! This kid was a bait. We're about to get
so as
up.
you go flying over the rooftops in the way, a crossbow bolt comes shooting. Like you hear the thunk of a crossbow going off, and a bolt comes shooting up and like catches you up underneath the ribs, sending a spray of blood across the street below you.
Like an owl.
Well, they'll definitely know we're here now. Jesus, where the fuck did that come from?
I don't know.
Make a perception check.
And you are literally turning. No, you are literally turning because you want her to take me away.
16.
Sorry, I was about to do the same. You go ahead.
A 16 on your perception check.
Yeah.
Wait, are we both rolling perception? Sorry.
Yeah, if you would both like to, yeah.
15.
15. Okay, so yeah, looking back behind you, so like up on the rooftop of this building, you can see a individual. So yeah, you can see an individual who's like crouching down, trying to flatten themselves onto the roof as they are attempting to reload the crossbow, looking up at you. You can see this tarnished plate armor, or like a breastplate. Looks like a really, really old kind of cast off Aegis, like a uniform of an Aegis Knight.
That doesn't
with all of the
professional look.
Yeah, all of the like identifying marks have been like filed off. But you can still see the like bits of the white enamel and like the brass inlay on it.
All right.
Do we know why they would be shooting at us?
Sorry, how much damage did I take?
Oh, is it crossbow? Oh, that's the other thing. So Road, as you were like, you took 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
So yeah, that as a native of Maelhaven, crossbows are actually fucking illegal here. They're one of the few forms of weaponry that are restricted. By the Aegis, because they're something that take little training and can do a lot of damage.
Awesome.
So yeah, seeing this patchily armored person with a crossbow up on the roof, like that gives you a lot of context to kind of infer from.
It's giving me Ithasan vibes. Not Ithasan. Whatever the.
Do you say that out loud?
No, it's giving me. Who are the criminals, right? The criminal guys.
It's Ithasan. Yeah.
I was right.
But there's also the Grey Watchers, or whatever the heck they're called, right? The Grey Wardens? What? I can't remember.
Greys. They're there's there is a little bit of tension between these two rival gangs. The Maelhaven is almost entirely Ithasan controlled, but there is a little bit of intrusion by this gang from Wormwatch that has been growing over the years.
Great.
All right, back to
the Grey Wardens
in the
are
moment.
from Dragon Age.
So we're like, does Do we know why they would be hitting us?
Make an insight check. But otherwise, like...
But it was clearly intentional.
Oh yeah, like the guy is down there. He's like looking at you, tracking the two of you as you fly across the sky there, and is reloading the crossbow.
All right, we got to get him, stop him from taking off another shot. Do you want to drop me with the kid? You take care of the crossbow.
Hold on. I am going to. I'm just gonna assume that this guy's like being like a pain in the ass. So I'm gonna take out one of my dice that I have in my pocket. And I'm just gonna like, my bear ears are gonna pop out because I'm annoyed that I'm flying here with someone who's chunky on my back.
I'm not chunky.
And I'm gonna, you're chunky for me. And I'm gonna pick out my dice and like aim for his forehead and be like, hey, don't do that. And I'm gonna try to like swerve out of the way.
Make a ranged attack roll as you whip a chunk of like bone or ivory or stone, whatever these are carved from.
Just, well, a ranged attack with...
Just a ranged attack. So make an attack roll with dexterity. So you're not
my dex plus initiative, or not my initiative, just straight dex.
Road
then
would have been challenged
yeah,
if he died
yeah. Just we'll call it a straight dex roll
XD.
since you're not proficient in improvised weapons.
21.
21. So this guy looks up, and as you fly in close, you can see like he's got kind of a leather cap. And a little, not like a balaclava, but like a bandana tied around the lower half of his face. And as you come flying in, he like chunks the bolts back into place and begins to raise it up. And as you scold him from a distance and whip this chunk of like of a die at him, it plinks off of him like just below the leather cap and on his forehead, and you watch as his like feet leave the ground as he falls backwards. He doesn't take in damage, but he's like now he's like hit the side of the roof and slides down a little bit before like grabbing onto some broken bits of an infrastructure and holding on, getting his feet underneath him.
Taz will do the motion of the like, I'm watching you, the eyes motion thing, as she's like trying to like hoist up the road.
The motion of the ocean.
So, yeah, he's like rubbing his forehead, and he looks up, and he's like, fuck, and he's looking around for his crossbow, which is currently sliding off the roof like 8 feet away from him.
Good.
So, okay, so yeah, Taz, as you're berating this guy who just assaulted you for no apparent reason, Road, you come, you hit the roof of the across the way where the kid was like waving out and slide down to drop to like, so you slide off of the slanted roof and grab like the edge of it, and are hanging maybe like your midsection is right about the window where the kid's face was. So he's like right about your chest height. So you look down and he's like, he ducks back down into the room and he's like, "You okay?"
He's like, Road's gonna be like, "Are you okay, kid? I'm fine. We're gonna get you out of here." Is the building on fire?
This building?
Yeah.
No. You're still several blocks away from the riot.
Okay. Oh, why are you waving me down, kid? Sorry. Hmm?
Oh. Because that guy, he was been following you. I saw him as he walked out to the edge of the tower, and he was like climbing across the roofs. I think he was trying to hurt you, and then he shot you.
It's all right, kiddo. It's just
I didn't know you could fly.
I can't.
Oh, that's gonna hurt then. As he like sticks his head out and looks down the 3 stories to the ground.
It'll be fine. Road's gonna like pull the rod of expansion out, and he's gonna point it like down at the ground and activate it.
Okay.
Dope. Fucking dope.
And then when it hits the ground, so is the guy you said he was on the roof opposite of the kid?
Yeah, so like there's a little like not a main road, but like a neighborhood road in between these two rows of houses.
Cool.
You can't say road when referring to road in the same
Street,
sentence.
whatever. So there's like a neighborhood street. So it's a narrower area, an avenue, a thoroughfare.
Sure. We only need one word. Stop showing off.
Boulevard.
All right, kiddo. All right. Thanks for the warning. I thought you were in trouble. I was just trying to make sure you are all right. Now stay inside, lock your doors, because there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now. Okay?
It's been crazy all night. I think I saw somebody get knocked out early and dragged into an alleyway. That's why I've been up here watching. Don't worry, the door is barricaded.
Yeah, you stay safe, all right, kid?
Yeah.
Road's gonna kick off the roof and try to like do the whole like where the pole vaulting thing, not pole vaulting, but that thing where you use a stick to get across like a gap. He's gonna try and kick himself to get
pole
to the.
Vaulting.
Is it pole vaulting?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna try to do the really cool cliff climber thing, where like you have really tall poles and you scale cliffs by like dropping down the pole. Have y'all seen that shit? That's cool.
I don't know if I have.
Link if you find it. Anyway,
so Ro's gonna like kick off the side of the roof to like hopefully carry him, because he's gonna like try and point the stick at, like when he extends it, he's gonna try and point it down at like towards the middle of the road or towards the middle of the street. So that way when he kicks off of it, he can hopefully get enough momentum to like, you know what I'm talking about, where he's kicking to try and get to the other roof.
Make an athletics or an acrobatics check.
Athletics it is. 27.
27.
Yeah.
Shit. You like pull out your rod and like do this kind of like Robin from Teen Titans flick, and it shoots like it extends to its full length. And then getting your good leg underneath you, one hand hanging from the edge of the roof, you push off and then like plant the end of the staff in, and knowing that this enchanted item is essentially unbreakable, you leverage that to like lean across the way, and you smash into the second floor window. You smash into the second floor window of the building across the street, and like tuck and roll and collapse the pole in behind you.
Yeah.
Fucking
Roda's gonna get up and like coming for that ass.
As I see this, like I see it happening, and I'm like, why was I carrying you? Like as this is happening.
Just realized Rode might have like a really good way to like traverse rooftops now. If he can use the pole of collapsing effectively.
Love it. Yeah, so you come crashing into the second floor. You know that the guy who shot you is up above you and like two houses down. So if you can get to the roof from inside here, that would be an option.
Road's just gonna start doing the Captain America running through walls. No, I'm not gonna do that. These are people's houses. How sturdy does the roof look, though?
In this neighborhood, you could probably pull down the like the insulation at the top and like punch through the ceiling.
I found it. It's called the Shepherd's Leap.
In the Canary Islands, local shepherds have a unique survival skill called the
minimally damaging thing to get through the roof itself, or if you want to try to climb the outside of the building to get up to the roof, you can.
No. You know what? I'm going to go through the roof because I'm hoping he sees it.
Okay. So, cool. Road does this. Taz, what are you doing in the meantime? Like, you just watched Road like pole vault across after you belted this dude in the head. He's like sliding off the roof. He's currently stable, but his crossbow has now dropped to the ground and shattered on the cobblestones. From where you're at, you can see that he is still armed with a pair of short swords at his waist.
Well, if I see Road going after him, I was like, okay, that kid is already like toast. So I'm gonna fly up to the kid that I was already investigating, being like, is everything okay? Because Road never told me anything of anything. So I'm gonna check out the kid and see where all the rioting stuff and make sure if anybody needs help over there.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you people? Just sorry, go ahead.
It's so exciting. I've never seen so much action in the street all at once, but it is pretty frightening. Yeah, I'm okay. Things are just so exciting right now. Looking into the window.
Deep breath, kid. Deep breath.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of like
In the
asthma
Canary
going on
Islands.
right now. Looking into the window, you can kind of see he's got kind of like a boy in a bubble setup, where he's clearly lived his entire life inside this room, and there's like a little stand with like porcelain or ceramic like nurses' tools or doctor's tools over there, and he does seem like fine, but like a sickly child. There's piles and piles of books everywhere. So,
Is everybody else okay around you? I mean, it looks like you're safe in here, but what about out there? Does anybody else need help?
there's lots of stuff going on down the road, but I can't see it from my window.
Little John Travolta.
Okay. Well, maybe close your eyes in the next little bit then, because it might not be so good for you to watch. Just stay hidden. Stay away from the windows. You don't want to get hurt.
Don't worry, my father's over there. He should be helping.
Oh God.
He said he was going to go help calm things down.
Where's your father? And I'll like look around to see.
He went to go help out. He said he was going to go see what was all the matter about. What all was the matter?
Okay, well, as long as you're safe, kid. And I'll like ruffle his hair and then be off on find where Road went, I guess now, and be like, what the hell? If everybody is fine, I guess we're pick this guy back up so we can keep scaling the side of the wall.
Rad. Okay, so to recap, you guys went from your hideout with the beggars out to the wall, started climbing up, saw that there was this riot going on in the center of the floor, so like the complete opposite direction that you'd already been going. The same direction that Boggy had been like, there's lots of trouble going, so it's going to be pretty difficult to travel around. And then saw that conflagration and were like, fuck, well, we got to go do something about it. Started going back, got shot in the side, and are now reassuring this like window watching kid. Fuck it, he's got a telescope too.
The most ADHD award goes to.
Anyway,
Don't
so
you
that's where we're
judge me.
at.
Only God can
There
judge
were
me.
damsel in distress. Or what's
were they damsels?
No, damsel.
Damn children, you mean?
There were people in distress.
Sure.
So this is where we're at when Road punches through the ceiling and climbs up onto the roof. Road, as you pull yourself up and out of the broken tiles and like plop your bag down onto the roof, the other guy, or the guy that just shot you, is just making it back up to the top, and his eyes go wide as he like reaches down and draws his short swords. And he's like, I know you. I'm gonna get that fucking bounty. And starts like rushing you, Road.
Oh, there's a bounty on me. Sure, bring it. So Road is he's basically going to wait for the guy to get up close to him, and he's like, oh good, he's coming up close to me, I'm ready for this. So Road is just basically going to prepare to fight him.
Rad. So the fight does not take long.
Oh my god, he don't even have a combat for it. I feel bad.
So no. Like this is a thing. So yeah, he goes and bum rushes you. But you're more experienced than this guy is. And he ducks down, and he's clearly got a little bit of training. But you like step back, use the knuckles on your glove to like deflect the first hit. You let the second one like take you in the side, just like a little gash across the skin. Nothing that really does real damage, but it does draw blood. And then now that he is within your reach, like you, after deflecting the shot, you grab him around the back of the back of the neck and just like throat punch him.
Jesus.
Just like crunch the larynx, and he drops down to the roof. His swords go clattering. and he's like pulling off his he pulls off his mask and is like trying to get some air.
Turns out that's the kid's dad. Sorry, no.
Yeah, no, no. He does look fairly young, like late teens, early 20s. Just a orc is what I'm thinking of. So yeah, he's like a younger orc kid. And yeah, he's like clenching his throat and he's like
I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah, so he's like gasping and he's like, what a hurry.
How much is you said there's a bounty on me? How much is it?
500 electrum.
Ooh, who placed the bounty?
Yeah, I was about to say, who placed it? Who put a bounty on? Is it on me or is it on us?
Some dude with pink hair. I thought you matched the description. Some dude named oh fuck, what was his name? Avid. Some dude named Avid on 63 says you killed his boss.
Oh, that guy. Oh, okay.
Huh? Wait, who?
Nothing. It's fine. Road's gonna like take out like
backstory.
Road's gonna take out like huh?
I winded myself doing like imitating that.
Hyperventilating it willingly.
So Road's gonna.
I just realized this is the One Piece music. I like that.
Such a good soundtrack.
I know. I forgot.
So Road is just gonna be like. Road is gonna take like 5 electrum out of his pocket and flick it at the guy's feet, and it's like tell him it's not worth it. And you got away with your life this time, but I'm not. The next person might not be so forgiving.
Yeah, so he's like clutching his chest. He's in full submission mode. But yeah, you do remember Avid from an adventure just about a week ago. God, it feels so much longer than that. But yeah, this was the work foreman who was working on at the Twisted Tail.
Yeah.
Oh right, Mr. Turtle. The
Triton.
I didn't do anything.
So
he was an old man. He died naturally.
So you deflect this bounty hunter, this assassin, in his cast-off armor and weapons. Yeah, he looks like he might be reconsidering his life in this moment. But yeah, so then if you after this little interaction, you do hop back up with Taz and fly towards the center of the tower where the riot is going on. And with that, we will swap over to Kayla and Mithra.
Sorry, but I'm just kind of hoping that this is I just posted the GIF. I had the GIF in the stream. This is basically what I wanted Road, the appearance of Road coming through the roof to be.
Yeah, something like that.
That was what I had in my head.
Yeah, so this kid clearly had some training, but he was not up to snuff for a level 5 fighter. Anyway, so Kayla and Mithra, you guys are weaving your way through the night market, heading out and exiting. Where's your next stop as you have gotten all of your possessions stowed and held for discretion's sake?
Unless Kayla wanted to do something specific, Mithra wants to head back discreetly, of course.
Now, the only thing Kayla would do is keep an eye out, not necessarily look, for a belt her master had told her about during the training that would help her, would make her stronger.
Oh, like
for
the
what
item?
Will make her stronger?
A belt.
A magical belt that would make her stronger as a monk.
Oh, like a belt of hill giant strength kind of thing?
It's actually the Dragonhide belt.
Yeah, it was part of those kind of starter items they added way back to help out. They're nice. They're nice items. It's There's like a couple. There's a cleric, geared one. There's a monk geared one.
Yeah, from Fizzbands.
Yeah, and there's a wizard geared one. Sorks and warlocks don't really get any. I think usually warlocks get something. I think warlocks and sorks kind of overlap, and then fighters didn't get anything.
Yeah, it's like the only item that is specifically for a monk.
Yep, it's a good item. I've used that
I've
before.
decided to go study. Good night, everyone, and stay hydrated.
Okay, yeah, make a
Have a good one, Rubix.
make an investigation check as you are on your way out.
All right. Just FYI, I am not currently at my computer.
Do you want me to
Baby
roll for you?
Sugar Pants. Yes, Baby Sugar Pants selected me for that.
Ah.
You have been chosen.
Yep.
And your bonus to investigation is really good. Total 14, and 11 plus 3.
Okay.
So, moving your way through the market, you do know of an enchanter who does this kind of work, and you go and ask them for like if they've heard of or if they have anything like this.
What's the enchanter's name?
What's
the enchanter's name?
Okay, let me find a name for it.
You know the name. You know what his name
Turgle.
is. No, it's Tim.
What?
Tim the
Tim the
Enchanter.
Tim the Enchanter. Okay.
Is that Monty Python?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry, my brain just went there as soon as you said enchanter. I was like, Tim the enchanter.
My name
John
is
Cleese's
Tim.
Yeah, you watched it with us, Avery.
Okay, I was sick. I slept through it.
That's fair.
So, yeah, you find this enchanter whose name is actually Nil, because that's the top of my blank NPC names sheet.
Perfect.
Nil, not
Did you
Tim.
say Nil?
Fine.
Nil's
Oh, Neil.
Tim's cousin Nil, N-I-L.
Nil.
I thought you were going to say it was his cousin Mitt.
So this enchanter, you have a short conversation with them, and they do know what you're talking about. It's not an insanely rare magic item, but they don't currently have anything like that in stock. But they will, if you're willing to put a deposit or a retainer, they'll begin to work on it themselves. It just may take a week or so. Or if you want them to try to source it, that might be a little bit quicker, but it might be a little more expensive.
I'll put a retainer down for the work.
Yeah,
Not
so
any rush to get it, but
yeah. So if you want to put down 50 Electrum as a down payment, they'll go ahead and use that to like collect materials and get started on the labor. And they'll send you a message as soon as it's ready for pickup.
50 Electrum.
So they give you an estimate for a uncommon belt. An estimate will run you 400 Electrum at the end, like to pick it up. That's in addition to your deposit. For a rare, that's going to be 1,200 Electrum.
And
And
what
a
was
very
the
rare one, they don't
conversion
think they can. To gold?
what was the conversion?
It's 2 Electrum per gold piece. But most exchangers are going to mark that up. So, but yeah, if you want to write down the cost in Electrum, we can do the conversion at a later date.
I have it written down.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want them to do an uncommon, like I said, 450 total, including your deposit, 1,250 total for a rare, including your deposit. They don't think that they can pull off a very rare one.
And it was a $50 deposit, a 50 Electrum deposit?
Yes.
Got it. Very rare would be really.
We need a lot more money for that, though.
Yeah.
So,
I appreciate it, Neil, but at this time I'm gonna have to pass on on it for now. But if I come for more money, I'll definitely confuse you.
yeah. So Nil is pretty accommodating, and they go, well, yeah. If you do want me to get started on it, I will need that deposit. I've got to get materials, and then my labor is going to be on top of that. But I'm not going to make anything for free. Well, it's not that kind of shop.
No. I wouldn't expect you to, dear.
Yeah. So I can picture the cartoon character that that I can see for Nil. It's oh, actually, the Fates from Hercules, like the medium-sized one with like the little snake hair.
Yes.
That's what their
Indoor
face looks
plumbing.
like.
It's gonna be big.
Yeah, but like instead of missing eyeballs, it's just like one is really squinty and one is really big. Clearly from some sort of accident, like because it's unnaturally big. And so yeah, they like pull their cloak back around them and they like begin going back to their little teeny little needle point that they're doing when you leave their shop.
All right.
But yeah, Nil should be able to do that for you, but it's going to cost.
Why am I just imagining? I'm imagining the what was her name? Oh God, brain. Shirley from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Not Muriel.
No,
I don't remember who Shirley is.
This is Shirley.
Cool. Yeah, kind of.
I don't know why. It's like the way you were describing her, it made me think of her.
That's funny.
So, was there anything else that you guys wanted to do in the night market?
So glad you guys get a shopping trip. Sorry.
Listen, we got stuff.
Do you want to try and just get this job over with that I was given?
Yeah, it's on our.
The 100th floor first.
It's on our way anyway.
All right.
Okay. So you guys leave the night market and exit back out. Actually, today you're no longer on 86. Today you exit up on 155.
Ah.
That's gonna be a bit of a mind.
That's a journey.
Backtrack.
You can get down on the lifts. Down as far. You can get as far down as 125. Safely on the lifts. If you're going to try to go, well, actually, there is a rising chance of mishap the more floors that you travel, given that they are currently disrupted.
I mean, we could always just fly down to 100.
Sure.
No, we're doing the cool outdoorsy thing. You guys can stay inside. You already got your shopping trip. I'm just saying, if you guys were on a lower floor and you're like, we'll just fly up. We'll just fly up. And it's like you're flying up, you just see road.
Oh, no. You know, this is how we get the band back together, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a way. So, rad. Okay, so if you guys are going to try to fly down to 100, that is actually probably the safest method that you could do. Arguably, given everything else that's going on. Yeah, is that what you want to do?
Go ahead.
If it seems to be the most consistent and safest route, then fuck it, let's go.
Fucking rude.
Okay. So you guys, 155 is minimally disrupted. There is as you step off the lift, or out of the nondescript like stall, this exit to the night market comes out in like a food cart. And so you like walk up and into the food cart and like step out of it and look back, and like the hours on the food cart are closed on like Wednesday or whatever it is. So this is not going to be anyway. So yeah, you come out of the exit and walk over to the nearest balcony, and as you move through the tower, like the streets are fairly well crowded. You're having to like push through people as they are. There's a mixed aura of like anger and fear as people are trying to reckon and figure out with what happened last night. Because this was several floors down. Like for most people, this would be like trying to figure out what happened on the far side of a gigantic city. And the Aegis is not helping with that. They are maintaining order, but it is in almost like a crackdown kind of mode. You can see a group of like hooligan teenagers that would normally be kind of like sent back to their parents for discipline, as evidenced by Taz's opening vignette. These ones are instead like locked to the curb. Like they are manacled and shackled to a bar that is bolted down to the walkway, out of the way of everybody else, while the Aegis member nearby is like directing a construct to clean up the vandalism, the graffiti. You walk past a lift and people are crowding around outside. Given the mishaps, there's like arguments with the guards who are stationed at each of the lifts, as they're only allowing one person at a time to travel, and they're waiting on confirmation from each floor. So the travel times are getting dramatically longer as people are needing to wait their turn. So tensions are beginning to boil over, and a lot of this anger seems to be directed towards the city's police force, which, to be fair, is kind of earning it right now. You head over to the balcony. This one is kind of a neat little garden area, like with like lots of little planters, and the two of you step up onto the ledge and plunge off into the sky.
We're very cinematic.
Yeah, as the cyberpunk music goes on, like
it's from Tron Legacy. It's such a good movie. I'm sorry, I hate that people hate on Tron.
I
love Tron.
Song, actually. So what's the name of this song?
This is This is from Tron Legacy. This is the Tron Legacy theme epic version by Daft Punk. It's a Daft Punk tribute by Samuel Kim. It's probably like a YouTube edit version.
Who's the bad guy in that movie? Was it
Clue?
Yeah, Clue.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember the actor's name. I want to say it's the dude from Love Actually, Hugh Grant.
No,
not Hugh Grant.
Right. It's
Fuck, Wyatt Earp. He played Wyatt Earp in Tombstone. Kevin.
No, it's Jeff Bridges.
There we go.
Because it was a digitally de-aged Jeff Bridges because
I was thinking of Kurt Russell.
Was in the original Tron. He did look a bit like Kurt Russell, but in the Tron Legacy, he cloned him. He made a digital copy of himself, and that copy went rogue.
Anyway, that's another tangent.
That's a good.
I derailed.
You did derail, but that's a good movie, and it deserves its flowers.
And it's getting a sequel. All right, let's go.
So
completely unrelated though. None of the original actors, besides maybe Jeff Bridges.
Bullshit.
I'm sad.
All right.
And instead, it has fucking what's his name, Jared Leto.
I know. All right. No more. No, bad ADHD. Go, Garo, go.
So Avery, Mithra, and Kayla go jumping off the tower, and the two of you, like your wings spread, and you come flying down around the outside.
The outside, around the outside.
On the outside. Shh. Stop it.
Sorry. You started it.
Come flying down, and you can see the exterior of the tower has this weird, it almost kind of looks like tumor-like growths on the outside, which when you grow, or when you swoop down a little bit closer, you can see that this is a mess, like a whole hive of constructs that are working on like repairing any of like the damaged and out of place bits of the brass inlay on the tower. They look like they are repairing the tower first from the outside in. And hanging from a oh god, actually you were the ones who saw him last night. So hanging from the inlay on the tower on the outside here, you can see Fergus Lumenson in his mech doing this kind of large scale repair. He's like locked in with both of the hands of the tower, or both of the hands of the mech, like into the tower, and is working himself with this like massive hammer, banging pieces of it back into shape. And you can see that
wouldn't it just be the most inconvenient thing if his mech were to just suddenly fail on the outside of this building? If only someone could just dispel the magic on his mech.
Did you just say dispel tragic?
Dispel magic on his, but yeah, it would be dispel tragic.
So yeah, you see Lumenson like surrounded by a horde of mechs doing repairs on the outside of the tower. Every one of his hammer blows is sending off these showers of luminescent sparks, these and all these kinds of like pinks and blues and greens, all these clearly magical colors like drifting off of his off of the work that he's doing. So you guys swoop down and past where he is and drop onto the balcony of floor 100, doing kind of a rough count. Given that it's daylight, it's much easier now to like keep an eye out for the very like faint labeling, the numbers on the exterior of the tower, and drop onto 100. Inside, it is not chaos. It is disordered.
Disorder.
Moving.
Sorry.
Yeah, as you step into the balcony and begin moving into the tower, there are dozens of people who are like clamoring at. Like they're kind of doing this impulsive. You remember like the beginning of the pandemic where everybody was like rushing stores for all the product.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what you're seeing is like it is Black Friday on steroids, as every sort of store and like reserve of food and staples and all of that. People are rushing to try to like get theirs, and you can see that there's a brief spout of
toilet paper, or are they smarter in this world?
There's no toilet paper in D&D.
It's bidets. It's the tower. What are you talking about?
Ooh, bidets.
Yeah, we're modern here.
When you have a living city that, like, yeah, you're gonna make it spray your ass, right?
You're feeding it your shit.
Dumb.
Such an out. Oh no.
So, yeah, there's a run on all of the shops going on right now. And the neighborhoods, like there are groups of people standing in circles. This is outside of the range of the actual damage done in the floors above, but it is still in a blackout zone. Like the power is not functioning on floor 100. So as you guys like begin moving through the crowd, there's a pile in like an intersection where Aegis Knights have begun to drag together a bunch of peacekeepers and warblers and are like currently guarding them in a massive heat in the center of an intersection. There's so as you pass this intersection, where are you guys going to look for it's not Avid, literally it's the other one. Alva. I did a bunch of names that sounded way too similar back to back.
That's your fault.
So what are you doing to look for Alva?
It shouldn't be too hard to find a gargoyle.
Yeah, what's your approach?
You haven't worked with this person before, have you, Kayla? This Alva?
No, I've never even heard of a gargoyle being in the tower before.
Interesting. Okay.
I guess, could I take a quick, like, scan of the crowd to see if anything looks like, if I can maybe spot a gargoyle within the crowd?
Yeah, just really conveniently in the middle of the street, for sure. Go ahead and make a perception check. What's up?
Do we know what Alva does? Like, would we have been able to ask?
It shouldn't be hard to find a gargoyle.
That's gonna be a
then they walk
25.
into a gargoyle department store.
A 25. No, you absolutely do not see a gargoyle in this crowd, and you are confident of that. Low tier was the name of the half drow.
Low tier, right?
Yeah, low tier. She was not forthcoming with the info. And part of you in retrospect begins to feel like, oh shit, like that was a little bit of minor sadism or schadenfreude on her part, sending you out with no directions.
Thanks.
That's the way she is. She wouldn't have given us answers even if we asked.
Yeah, I'm tracking that. Let's see. Who's the least threatening looking person around at the moment who is not Aegis?
There's civilians everywhere.
Doesn't look like a Karen who's buying like 10 packs of toilet paper that they don't need.
Make a what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is 16. My passive insight is 16. Yeah.
Rad. So yeah, you glance around, standing at the corner of the edge of this intersection, and you spot a middle-aged man, with like a receding hairline. As you walk up, like you can see like the tips of his ears are very slightly pointed, like he's got clearly like half elven heritage. And he just has the most like beleaguered and henpecked look on his face as he is carrying a massive pack, just like stuffed to the gills with everything, like all of just the randomest crap, and pushing along a wheelbarrow, following a little shrewish woman, as she's like saying, well, we've got to get this. And she's got like a long sheet of parchment, that she's clearly been working on throughout the night and the morning. And she's just like listing off, and she's like, well, we still have to make sure that we're completely stocked on oats, because I cannot go without my oats in the morning. And if we are out of, and like, as she's like trailing away, like you feel like this guy behind like is probably the least interested in actually like,
yes, dear,
acquiring
whatever you
things.
Say, dear.
Exactly the vibe.
Sorry, yes, dear, whatever you say, dear. I'm trying to get like the good like nasally.
So yeah, that's that guy. That guy is pushing his wheelbarrow through the crowd after his partner.
If I'll do a little skip to a loo and like kind of walk, not like too close, but kind of walk beside them like as another just street goer. Be like,
okay, I'm back.
Hello, welcome.
Thanks.
We missed you.
You were gone?
Yes. Oh,
I had to get the cat out of the closet because he's getting a bath right now. So
not everyone in your house has to be gay.
Did he voluntarily come out of the closet, or did you force him?
I'm glad
I had to
Lilith and
force him.
I'm glad Lilith
I'm not
and I are on the
normally
same
into
page.
doing that sort of thing, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do if he's gonna get clean.
Makes sense.
He's a dirty boy.
McHugh said it, not me.
Okay, so Mithra and Kayla, what are you?
That's what she said.
If I can find a moment where it seems like there's a lull in the wife rattling off things they're gonna get, I might kind of do the awkward hello wave and be like, excuse me, I'm so sorry, you're clearly busy. Do you mind if... Are you a local here to this floor?
Oh, hello. I am, yes. And he'll like put down the wheelbarrow, and his wife like turns around and like glares at him for a second before she sees you, and like kind of pulls back and like taps her foot, and she's like, we've got to get going before everybody else gets it. Don't worry, dear, this will only take a moment. How can I help you?
Yes, I'm sorry. I
He's relishing the moment to like rub out his hands from like carrying the wheelbarrow.
I won't take up too much of your time. Clearly you have very important things to do. With all this chaos, shall we say? We came down here looking for a friend, and a friend of a friend. That I'll point at Kayla. You don't happen to know if a gargoyle lives around here, do you?
Gargoyle. I know some genasi. I know some dwarves. And then the wife like snaps at it's like, yes, we know a gargoyle. Yes, you're talking about Alva, the captain of the guard here on 100. Yeah, what do you need with him? I'm sure he's very busy dealing with all of this nonsense going on.
Oh, you're gonna deliver a bomb. That's what's going on.
Nice zoom in, Max.
I know, it's bad.
Yes. We realize he is incredibly busy right now. It is. We were just giving a care package.
Care package.
Since the city watch, they're working so very hard around the clock to restore order and all that stuff.
Phenomenal. Yeah, not being tied to sleep is great. Yeah, so you're looking for the guard station. It's going to be near the 3 and 30, or near the 3, near the center of the floor, and she'll give you the address, and she goes, all right, can we go now?
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for taking up your time. I'm good. Get blessed wishes. I hope you find everything you are looking for.
Thanks, of course. And like she'll turn and begin walking as he kind of like gives a beleaguered sigh and then like picks up the wheelbarrow and begins walking away. Cool. So easy enough once you have the address to get to this guard station, to the Aegis station, which does give you a bit of deja vu, as the floor plan looks to be fairly similar to the place that you exploded a few nights ago.
Nice. Before we get there, how long has it been essentially since we left the Ithasan this morning?
Since you left the Ithasand? Oh wait, since you left the night market or since you left the hotel?
The hotel.
Since you left the Rusty Ladle, it's been about 2 hours.
Okay, before we go into the guard station, I'd look at Kayla and be like, I wasn't with you guys the last time you came to one of these. Do you remember if they had any anti-disguise anything? When you...
Not that I can recall.
You do remember that the Minotaur, the guard, was a spellcaster, but that's the closest that you remember. Like you don't remember seeing any of the inlay like you did back at the Shrouded Rose.
Yeah, no, they just the captain of that one, and the with the spellcaster. So it wouldn't surprise me if this one is a spellcaster, at least has a high level one around. But
Gotcha.
that's about all. That's all I can recall. Not like the other place.
Okay.
Since you
Cool.
left the Rusty Lake,
Then
it's been 1 week
before
since you
we
looked in
walk
here.
in,
Cocked your head to the
could
side and said, I'm angry.
You don't have a disguise kit, do you, Kayla?
No, I just have my cloak and I remove my mask, and that tends to do the trick in a lot of times.
Okay.
But I think it would be best if only I went in.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I
just, in case anything goes wrong, it would be best if like one of us was on the outside.
I suppose
And at the
so.
very least, could maybe report it if anything really does happen.
True. I will have my bird come down and kind of perch on your shoulder.
Okay. I'll say something to it in bird folk language.
And
Just a quick hi, how are you?
Oh wait, you're headed inside to. I missed part of that.
Oh no, Mithra has her bird familiar fly down and land on my shoulder,
Mhm.
and I just ask how the bird is in bird language.
Oh, oh yeah, because you speak like avian or whatever, some nonsense. Uh,
No,
actually, is your Avery? Is your bird a celestial, a fae, or a fiend?
I think. Ooh. It's probably a
familiar.
fiend. Or
Interesting. That is not what
hold
I
on.
thought you were going to say, but
Hold
okay.
on, hold on. No, I'm thinking about it. It's it might be a celestial. I think it's a celestial.
Cool. Rad. So Kayla goes to talk to it in avian, and it responds in celestial, and then like it like merges consciousnesses with you, Mithra, for a second, and before like putting you face to face with Kayla, but from a different angle. Yeah, the interaction goes a little strangely because it's not actually, it doesn't actually speak the language that you expected it to.
Fair.
But
No.
okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna stay out here then. I'll take a seat, and if anything untoward happens, I'll channel Othala. I don't know what I'll do.
Well, I believe you. I believe in you. I believe in the you who believes in you.
All right.
You probably.
So before I do need the box out of the bag.
Yes, I will flick my wrist and the bag appears, and I will pull out the package and hand it over before returning it to its hidey hole.
All right, then I will walk in.
Cool. So yeah, you step inside, and this room is not as well furnished as the last one that you were in, but it's a little more Spartan in aesthetic. Seated behind the desk, like you can see the door off to the right, in like I said, the same floor plan that you had been to before, that leads into kind of like a warehouse or a storage area. And then seated behind the like desk, the lieutenant's desk, is a hulking winged gargoyle, like stuffed into this. Like it looks like he was probably sewn into the uniform. Given that you have no idea how the hell that this rock creature would like get into and out of normal clothing. And so he's like hunched over working at the desk before he looks up and he's got this tiniest little like pince-nez glasses at the tip of his nose, that he pulls off and like rubs with a monogrammed handkerchief as you come in.
Oh, he's so proper.
Oh my god, he's like Chauncey.
Welcome in. Do you have any business with the Aegis? And before replacing his pince-nez.
He's like Sorry, continue.
I actually have business with you, sir.
With me.
You are then his name is the Alva, right?
Yes, Lieutenant Alva, ALVA.
You're Lieutenant Alva, right?
I am, that is me. And he'll like reach over and he'll imperceptibly straighten his name tag on the desk, like his little like plinth. And it looks like
I
to
just
you
want
like
to
it's in
make
the
sure I
exact same
don't like
position.
assuming things.
What the fuck? I'm sorry.
I don't like assuming things.
The song
What?
that just came on. I'm sorry. The song that just came on is Marianelli, "The Living Sculptures of Pemberley."
Damn, it knows. It knows.
What the fuck?
Wild.
Sorry, I just saw the song and I'm like, what the hell?
It's too real.
Yeah.
Spotify AI is working.
It's YouTube, but okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Better.
Thanks. Thanks for
So
clarifying,
Gemini's
sir.
doing his work.
I don't like assuming things about anybody.
Well, have a seat if you have business with me. And he'll like reach over and he will pull a rolling chair around to the front of the desk, without standing up. Like his arms are just long enough to like move it to the other side.
Oh, thank you. I haven't had a gentleman pull a chair out for me in quite some time.
So, if you have business with me, what is there anything going on? Is something wrong with my family, or is there?
Well,
are you a messenger?
I'm more of a messenger. I hope your family's okay. I honestly I didn't even really know about you until a few hours ago.
Oh, intriguing. Usually,
I'll
if
put
somebody
the
comes to
box
see me,
down
they're
on his
well
desk.
worried. He sees
I
the
was
box.
Oh my god.
I was asking.
Stop interrupting each other.
He sees the box and like stops mid sentence, and he goes, "Oh," and he flips it upside down, and like sees the little embossed, like very faintly embossed, Ithasand logo on it, and he turns it back over, and he like waves his hand in a somatic gesture, and you hear like reverberating throughout the room a knock, spell, like boom, 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 as the thing opens up, and he reaches in and pulls out a tiny little card, and like holds it up to his face, and he goes, "Oh, how interesting!
Oh no,
Rice, you son of a bitch!" And his like his posh demeanor kind of like slips a little bit, and he pulls a quill off of one side and scribbles on the back, and then places it back in the jewelry box and closes it, and it like locks automatically. And he says, "Feel free to take this back or not. Either way, message received. I'm sure if Rice gets that back, however, it'll be entertaining to say the least."
Okay.
What they said.
So cool. You now have the relocked jewelry box. And he says, "Don't worry, you have nothing to fear from me, so long as you don't commit any crimes in my sight or that of my constabulary."
Did you just get did you just get bamboozled into like fulfilling like a couple of friends' words with friends like turn?
Oh my god.
I might have.
That would be really funny.
It's a
I was
wordle.
The box and
picturing
see what happens.
Yeah, I was picturing it more like they're sexting.
I mean, there's that possibility. Yeah, no worries, sir. No crimes will be committed. I'll grab the box and leave.
All right. So mission accomplished. As far as you know, you may like you'll have a conversation next time you see Lotier or Rice, and get at least part of your debt cleared.
Yeah.
So,
Oh god, that was such a strange encounter.
so you step outside, and Mithra, through your familiar's eyes, you saw the whole thing. You know, this odd interaction there.
Would have been cool if you like could have made your bird like fly around and see what was written there.
Pretty sure he would have noticed.
Maybe.
Quick question, Garo.
Before we switch to Apollo, go ahead.
Yes, so the box has been relocked, but the seal has been broken.
You know that. You can infer that. Listen, you can infer that.
Can I
Seals when it's
look at the box and check to see if the seal's been broken or been reapplied?
Before you even left the room?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh no, I've left the room.
Yep.
I'm going for
Are you
Arcana.
trained in Arcana?
I am not.
It's probably going to be really difficult for you.
19.
but not that difficult. Just kidding.
You can make a guess. Like, you've seen boxes like this before, and you would guess that closing it is what puts that together. But that is mostly a guess. Given like your context for this kind of thing is more along the lines of enchantment and like gizmos more than like actual spellcraft.
Full honesty,
Okay.
I thought the inside of the box was going to be a letter. It's like, these are the people who blew up the floor. Enjoy.
You
I
have
thought
no
it was
idea
gonna
what
be
it
that
actually.
or like a bomb or maybe a threat to him, but
So, yeah, to put it bluntly, you
He
know
just
that
opens up the box and it says the game.
Damn it!
Fuck. God damn it. Motherfuck.
Motherfucker.
oh,
So, yeah, to put it bluntly, what this does teach you is that there is a member of the Aegis Guard who is at least in league with the Ithas, or at least friendly with Ithasan members, if not in league with them.
well, that's
So,
something the
Good to know.
boss the group would like to know.
so yeah, Lieutenant Alva on floor 100. Keep him in mind
well,
if it's something that you are interested in.
definitely. All right, let's head back home then.
So, you guys continue to make your way back up to 110. Othala, last we left you,
Yeah.
you were staring into the this abyss, this open space into the wall of the tower with a blackened chain descending into darkness,
Yep.
faintly illuminated from behind with golden light.
Well, that's not ominous at all. All right then. Is the chain real, or is it like in my imagination?
Do you touch it?
I'm gonna pull out my dagger and touch it with that instead.
It responds. Like you feel the pressure, like pushing it with the dagger, and it like wobbles just a bit, and you see like that like sinusoidal motion of the wave like traversing the chain down to the depths.
I don't like that word.
Sinusoidal.
Yeah, it's a weird word. I don't like it.
It's math.
Oh
I could
god.
have said co-sinusoidal.
Oh, fuck off.
So.
Well,
Yeah,
hopefully I'm not making a huge mistake, but I'm going to begin descending the stairwell.
Okay. Are you? Wait. Are you? So there's not stairs here. Like that's.
What is it?
I realize that may have been
Okay.
misleading because that's what you were
Sorry.
looking for.
Yes.
But this opening does not have stairs.
Oh man, what is it?
So it's just the chain descending down into like it's this tunnel, like this completely vertical tunnel.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like an elevator shaft kind of thing.
Can I see the bottom? You said I can't, right?
You can see a golden illumination far in the distance.
Far in the distance. God damn it. How curious am I today? This feels like something I'm supposed to do, so...
What the fuck?
Normally,
you can always walk away.
No, that seems very dumb. When's the next time that something like this opportunity is going to come
The song
knocking
that's playing
again?
now is "What's Up, Danger" when he jumps off the building and descends into the city. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, let's see. I don't think I have anything that lets me fly, which is unfortunate. So I may have to grab the chains and descend that way.
Okay. So you reach out and you wrap your hand around the chain. And as you come into contact with it, you feel something come loose above. and it now is it has
Good vibes to listen in.
motility. Like you can lift it up and down, and you can feel it kind of like ratcheting in whatever direction you move it in.
It's like is it like a dolly?
And you feel this like, yeah, you feel this like jolt of energy and this heat emanating from the chain up into your arm. Make an Arcana or a Religion check.
Oh, I'm so good at those. I don't think I can probably guide myself because I wasn't expecting this to happen. So I'm just going to do a regular roll. And that's a 19.
A 19. So that's a success. So as you feel this heat, this energy like emanate up into your arm, instinctually, there's this moment where you're like, this is something that wants something from me. It's trying to pull out my essence, my energy. It's trying to, but then you like reassert yourself and you go, no, that's mine and I will command. I am in charge here. And you reassert your will over this chain, and you watch as it like at where it was previously like ratcheting and moving with your hand, it locks into place exactly how you wanted it to be. And as you reach it, you bring you sheath your dagger and bring your other hand down on and step into it, and you are now in command. Where are you going?
Oh,
this thing will like you in the back of your mind, you hear this like faint, you don't hear a voice so much as you feel this like sense of pleasure, almost pride. And it does not seem to be coming from yourself. There was a test here, and you have passed.
Yay.
You don't know what kind of test, and you don't know what the ramifications of it are.
Yeah. Okay, well, how do you like this then? And I'll like step into the open shaft and think that like down, like I want to go down.
Okay. Strangely effortless. You grasp onto the chain and like hook your ankles around it, and it begins descending. First, like slowly, and then more rapidly as you will it to move faster and faster. You see the gold illumination comes brighter at the bottom. Do you will it to stop? Or are you going to find out where this leads?
I want to find out where it leads.
Okay. So, as you fall under your own power, like through your own choice, this chain drops you down this shaft, and you pass through this golden veil and step out into an area of the tower you've never been to before. It looks desolate. Or rather, not desolate. It looks disused. Like you went from one moment falling through a blackened shaft and step now into a warehouse coated in dust. And looking around, you can see nobody's been here for years and years. But it does feel familiar. And through the windows, you can still see the walls of the tower and the pillars of the lifts, currently disabled and inactive, leading you to believe that you are somewhere within the blackout zone. You walk through this warehouse with some open crates showing these materials. Nothing looks like a finished product here. But you walk through, and just kind of like gently running your finger through the dust, bring it up, and this place feels familiar. Feels like you've been here. And then it hits you all at once. This was a Grimtech factory.
I knew it.
But it's nowhere that you recognize.
Why am I just thinking of the stair?
And then as you...
Sorry, go ahead.
You step through the doorway, the nearest opening in this building.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an internal pull, this sensation that something is being like. You almost feel rather like you've been pushed through a sieve. I guess is I don't know if you can feel what I'm. But like yeah. You find yourself in a space on the other side of that with a enormous pentagram in the middle of the room. You
Ooh.
can't see the other side of it as it dims off into pitch darkness.
The devil.
Mm-hmm.
And in the darkness on the far side of the room, there's a figure.
Oh man.
Standing in white and blue.
Oh man.
Next to a handful of other people. And you hear the phrase, "Do you think that this will work?" Before the room fades away. And you step out, feeling almost like you barely moved at all. Like the last physical sensation that you had was like walking through the warehouse, and then you take another step, and you are now out elsewhere in the tower, in a neighborhood that looks familiar. You're about a block and a half away from the Chapel of Tyr. Walking distance with the Ember Coalition hideout.
I have a little throw up session. I'm just kidding, I don't. Okay. So I thought that I came across some sort of abandoned warehouse and then saw
It was all an illusion. It was all a lie.
Yeah.
It was like a vision more so.
Yeah, this gave vision vibes, exactly.
God damn it. Can I, before I do anything else, can I reach into my little purse satchel and pull out a piece of parchment and like try to scribble down the magical pentagram-esque design that I saw in my vision?
Yeah, make an Arcana check to see how accurate you are. Like, you're not
practiced. Me that believes in me. Wait, what? Is that a natural 20?
I see a 22. Yeah.
Ooh, that was an ampersand sign.
Oh yeah, that's a nat 20.
So yeah, I was like trying to read it like because I don't have my glasses on, and I rolled a 4 on the die, so that's a 26 total.
Sometimes the dice tell a story. So
Yes,
with almost perfect recall, you sketch out this circle, at least the bits of it that you could see, which does give you about like a 2/3 perspective, and it almost kind of looks like a waxing moon, with what you're able to recall and remember. And you draw this out, and at some point it feels like you're not really drawing it, like something has grabbed a hold of your wrist and is drawing it with you. And then in that same space, that same like right up against your spine, the back of your head, you feel satisfaction. You have done something. You have done something right, and someone is proud of you for it.
I don't usually feel that, so I think I am taking sort of extreme pleasure
The clay pot
in my own.
But Othala and her patron.
I don't know, like, I'm most pleased with myself, but I'm more pleased that someone else is pleased in me. It feels like the right kind of motivation, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely affirming. Whether that's healthy affirmation
I know,
or not,
right?
is yet to be seen.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but like, it's something.
Yep. So, yeah, as you begin walking towards the Chapel of Tyr, you feel a confidence that you didn't realize you had been missing. Like, you realize you've been faking it for the last couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And you're so good at putting up this face for everyone, for your mother, for the high society, for the people that work for you, that you didn't realize you'd been putting on a face for yourself as well, until it fell away.
God, that feels so real.
And that confidence remains, stiffening your spine and straighten, like,
Oh,
and like lifting your chin.
D&D session.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you walk
Even in
towards
my-
the Ember Coalition hideout.
Perfect.
I do want to wrap up with Taz and Road.
Yeah.
So this will be a little quick, given that it is 9 o'clock now.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's do this.
So you guys fly over the city after your previous misadventure, zipping through and finding a crowd in turmoil. The signs become apparent before you actually begin to see people. There are shops and storefronts that have smashed glass and windows, and there's smoldering bits of like litter and refuse in the street. As you cross over into the main square, there's a crowd of people, hundreds of people, who are gathered here with sometimes in some cases literal torches and pitchforks, surrounding a cadre of Aegis Knights, as they are being backed toward the center of the tower. They are the people. This music is so out of vibe.
Hold on, I'll
you just hear like
change it.
xylophones in the background.
They're playing xylophones on the armor of the corpses that they're about to create. Sorry.
That's so funny. So there's a crowd surrounding these Aegis Knights as they are being backed in toward the center of the town. There is shouts and cries of freedom and down with oppressors, and like kind of just rallying cries as they are menacing and intimidating this group of masked and armored soldiers. As you guys swoop into the area, you can see there's maybe a dozen knights or so. Off in the distance, you can see there are the disabled remains of peacekeepers that have been destroyed and disassembled and shattered across the courtyard. People are brandishing chunks of the metallic peacekeepers as weapons, as the outnumbered human soldiers are busily in the center. There's a couple of wizards like casting spells, like buffing the rest of the guards as they're like preparing to have this last stand against the mob. What do you do as you fly in?
Road's gonna be like, all right, Taz, get ready to drop me in front of the crowd.
I will do that.
All right, since Arden sent the image, can I recreate the shepherd's jump?
I didn't actually watch it. Hold on. Sure.
Pretty cool.
All right.
Damn, that looks like it would be so prone to splinters. Yeah, go for it.
Effectively, like real life slow fall.
Luckily, magic items don't splinter.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
It wants to land in front,
So, yeah.
at the head of the crowd, but in front of the, facing the guards.
Okay. So you drop in. Taz, you come flying in around as well, swooping like a bird of prey, or a drop bear, if
Road
you will.
sliding down the pole like a stripper.
Drop bear! Orbital drop bear!
So
Dancing like a stripper. Sorry. What did these? He's gonna look over his shoulder at the closest civilian behind him. Is like, what did these men do? What's got everyone in a tizzy today?
you've been quarantining everyone to their homes. They shut off all the power. It's just like what they did on 50. My brother's down there, and they were going to lock them in as punishment take away everything that keeps us alive, keeps us human. I don't know what happened elsewhere, but they were going to do the same thing to us, and we are not going to stand for it. As he like brandishes his torch at the guards ahead of him. I know what this place looks like. When civilization falls, and when these oppressors are going to put their boots to necks, this is not going to be us. We're standing on our own. I don't know what's happening on these other floors, but we are not going to be.
That sure sounds fair to me. And he's gonna look over at the guards. Like, how many? Like, can you get a gauge? You said they're armored. Can you see their faces at all? Like any of them? I don't know if this armor is.
And that's the point. Like they have full face masks. Like each of the Aegis each of the Aegis guards has like a full like a metal helm with a full mask that comes all the way down. Almost kind of like a gladiatorial style thing, but like with the middle. Actually, you know what it kind of looks like? It's a fucking clone trooper.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, like from Star Wars, like the where it's got like the long slit in the middle, but there's like a mask in between.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about them hitting anything.
Rod's gonna.
I'm gonna say Taz will jump in and say, well, I mean, have you asked them what's going on? Like, why they're doing this? Like, give them a chance. And I'll gesture to the like group of armed. What are they? Aegis members?
The knights, yeah.
Yeah, the knights. To explain why they're doing this.
Both of you make a active perception check in this moment before they give their side of the story.
Okay.
7.
22.
22. So
Rod's better in combat situations.
Yeah, so Taz, you're like you're more concerned about like diffusing the situation, making sure that as few people come to harm as possible. And you have a tendency to like see the best in people. Rode, you notice that there is blood on weapons on both sides. The Aegis have bloodied swords and spears, just as the mob has like bloodied clubs and pickaxes. Like there has been violence on both sides here. And when you guys were swooping in, like the peacekeepers were not the only bodies on the ground.
Interesting.
So
Rod's gonna make eye contact with. Is there any of these guards that seems to be like either the others are clustering around him in a defensive situation? Who's the guy? Who's the lead guard here? If I had to pick it, if I had to pick the head honcho out.
On a 22, there's a spellcaster in the middle. Like there's a cluster of spellcasters in the middle that are casting buffs on them. And there's one of them in particular has more elaborate like brass-colored embroidery on their tabard. Taz, you said what about their side? So the caster from the middle of the group calls out, I don't know why they attacked us, but we're not going to let this floor fall into chaos. There was already attacks elsewhere in the tower, damage done elsewhere, dead people everywhere. We've got to maintain order. And when people push back, when people push us, we have to push back. As he like, go ahead.
Rode is gonna point his. God, I'm just overusing the expanding rod today. Gonna point it like at him, and he's gonna activate it so it shoots up and flicks him in the forehead. It flicks the guy who's talking in the forehead.
So there's a metallic ping as it like hits his mask.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not starting anything. Hold on. It's like
it sounds like everybody wants the same thing. Is you all just want to be left alone, right?
All right. Rod's gonna go ahead.
Tell that to them. They put us all in knockdown here. My brother said that they shut off the entire quarter of the floor. And this is not going to... As you can see, they've done it to us too. Look at them. Like, as he's like gestures around to the rest of the, like everything being disabled.
All right, Rod's gonna kind of look at the guy in charge, and he's like, "Look at these numbers. Look at they've kind of dismantled your peacekeeping force here. Now, do you really think that you can hold out until your reinforcements, and I'm sure they're coming, can get here? You've seen what swarm tactics can do to people, right? I'm sure you can hurt a lot of people, but they will overtake you.
Make an intimidation check. Taz, do you have anything to add on to that?
Oh, son of a bitch.
Like, are you able to provide assistance on this roll? Or are you more inclined to do a different kind of approach?
I feel like the very fact that I've... So go ahead, Taz. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I would have said... this feels very easy to fix, guys.
Really,
like, give them back their power, like, and...
It's bedtime.
And turn it all, like, give them back their livable areas, and then we can simmer all this down.
Come here.
So Taz, make a persuasion check. Road, make an intimidation. As you guys like focus in on either.
13.
12.
12 and 13. So with
You still there, girl?
So
okay, sorry.
We'll come back to that in a minute. I just didn't think that was public.
Wait, what? What was?
Oh, Tyler. Yeah. So still going. Okay. So with a 12 and a 13 respectively, the guards. So the knights, the guards, after the first one got like plunked in the head and like knocked off of his tirade, the other guards like kind of closed in on him and like began to close ranks with weapons pointing at Road. When you guys make your points to each of them, like the guards up front are kind of looking at each other like kind of making good points. But the caster in the middle like recovers himself. Behind you, just after you make your statements, and like the caster like begins to like collect energy around his hands to begin casting an offensive spell. Behind you, a huge hand like places on Taz's shoulder, and kind of steps up in between Taz and Road. It says, "You guys saved me earlier this week. My brother's not lying. This place is terrible, but I owe you one." And he kind of like lifts his shirt a little bit and shows off his scar from a spear wound.
It's the orc.
So, and he steps forward and continuing to like show off the wound to now the Aegis members. He goes, "You tried to kill me earlier this week. You and yours did. We're here to stop you from doing the same to everyone on this floor. I don't know what's happening out there, but we're not going to put up with it. Now, I think we can get this crowd to stand down," as he like raises his voice to talk to everybody. But you're going to have to leave. Exit.
I have a suggestion.
Exit 99. This is not a safe place for Aegis anymore. And he's directly to the knights. "I promise them safe passage.
They have to leave their
Is anyone going to
make them leave their weapons and armor? That means that they'll be less likely to strike out at anyone while they're leaving."
Sounds fair. "What say you?" as he like yells out to the crowd. "Strip them down and send them off, tails between their legs."
Sounds good to me.
Taz, do you have a response?
I'm just watching how the crowd's reaction.
There's a make a insight check.
8.
8. You don't feel the threat of imminent violence anymore. There's almost jeering and derision. So it's still not like a happy crowd, but you're starting to feel like nobody's going to get hurt in this moment. But like unless somebody starts shit. But if that's the vibe that you're getting. But that's as much as you get.
On guard to make sure that things are on the up and up.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
So as the orc and Road and everybody like begins to like latch onto this idea, he goes, he turns to the Aegis Knights and says, "Now, what say you? Divest yourselves of your weapons and get the fuck out of 100 or out of 99, and you leave with your lives. Otherwise, I don't know what this mob is going to do to you." And at that point, like with that declaration, one of the knights in the front like throws down his shield and his spear on the ground, and begins like unbuckling his breastplate. And as soon as that like seal is broken, the other like the other non-caster knights are following suit. They're like throwing their shit in a pile and like sprinting out of there. The last one who, before realizing that he's left on his own, is that like high-ranking caster before he says, "Cuts, damn you all. I'll remember your faces." And he like turns and he like throws his mask in the pile and like turns his face away before anyone like sees it.
Road will stick his tongue at it.
And then like sprints after everybody else.
I'm gonna make sure that they get out safe.
All right, I'll stay with the crowd and make sure that things stay. Road's gonna turn to the orc and be like, "I'm glad you got off the. What floor was the were we on before? It was 60. Was it? What was it?
It was 50. It was just outside the
the arena.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got
Which
off.
is unusual because there's no peacekeepers there.
Yeah, he's like,
Hey.
I'm glad you managed to get off 50. You heal up all right?
Thanks to your friend, yes.
Yeah.
My name's Acrophy.
Acrophy? Nice. I'm Road.
Acrophy. And then you guys will do like a Full Metal Alchemist, like what is the Lieutenant Armstrong and
the husband.
The husband.
Yeah, so you do like a muscly like bro handshake.
Aurelia,
feels very instinctive to me.
Hell yeah.
come here.
So Taz will follow the knights. They don't stop moving. Like now that they've like thrown down their weapons, they're running through the crowd or like through the crowd, still kind of in formation. Like they're still trained warriors. But they go to one of the nearest balconies, or to the nearest balcony, and begin shouting out to the constructs and to anybody outside trying to like get evac. And for continuity, let's say,
Aurelia.
Yeah. So that's where we'll go ahead and get the and end tonight's session, with them like leaving and Taz like making sure that nobody comes after them. Over the next several minutes, the crowd does begin to disperse, although damage has been done. Like physically, there's a lot of property damage. People have died here, but there does seem to be a growing sense of solidarity with the people, as they have stood up to the Aegis here. They resisted and they succeeded.
Road's no good at like. He's the best he can do is like spot being like a spot trauma medic or something like that, like just staunching wounds. But can he help like if there's any like damage or anything that they need muscles to move? Can he help with that for a little bit?
Yeah. So you guys can spend the next while like helping out through here. So while this does seem to be a positive outcome. And definitely things could have been worse. Like if they had actually like mown down the Aegis Knights, like you definitely know that Naoto's follow-up would be unavoidable. But even still, that leaves you with this pit in your stomach. Like the satraps are not going to take this loss lying down.
Yeah.
The citizens are are beginning to band together in a way that sends their soldiers running.
Yeah.
So 99 may be becoming a focal point here.
Yeah, and Road is going to probably pick up on that, like war situations and everything, and he's gonna like talk to I'm sorry, I already forgot his name,
Acrophy,
and be like, if there's any like children or women or anything that are not ready for a fight, if there's anyone on any other floors that they have family, you might want to start sending them there.
We'll do our best, but with the lift shut down, I think I've heard of some secret passageways, ways up and down throughout the tower, but I'll see what we can, if we're able to find any.
We just want to there's a fight coming, and we're going to do our best to help you guys, but we can't be everywhere.
I understand that. This doesn't seem like your home turf. Are you going to want an out if we find one?
Yeah, if you find anything, let me know. Otherwise, we'll probably be scaling down the outside of the tower in the morning, or when the sun goes down.
I'd be careful. It sounds like Fergus and all of his constructs are out there already.
Yeah.
But, I mean, clearly you've got some modes of transport as Taz comes flying back in.
How much
use that to your advantage if you
left?
could. Not much today. I think she gets like 10 minutes a day.
Yeah.
Guards
making out all right, Taz?
Yeah, but...
Oh shit, it's up to 4 hours on the read.
Jesus. That's broken.
Yeah, everybody got out okay, but... I mean, they're not happy about it. This does not feel over.
Yeah. Your men are probably going to want to... If you guys are going to be setting up any kind of defenses, you're probably going to need some of that armor and weapons.
Yeah, there's already a bunch of people who are like collecting the Aegis's equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rod's going to go walk around to the peacekeepers. He's gonna start like just collecting like little chunks and little like souvenirs.
I'm gonna pull the guy who stood up, the de facto leader at the moment. I'm gonna pull him over to the side, kind of hush, and I'll say, I appreciate you stepping in there, but do try to remember in all of this craziness that when they take off their armor and shields, they have families and homes too. Just try not to make too much of a permanent impact on people's families. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, they're just following orders too.
I agree. But I will be honest. Their violence is going to be met with much of the same. Not just Knights died today.
Oh, absolutely. And defending yourself is one thing, but just try to treat them with a kind heart too.
We'll do our best to see that they get what they deserve. I'm not arguing against you. You have a point. But people have been disappeared for less than this before, and I think that this is going to mean something of a little war between us before it's done. Hopefully they will decide whether they want to be on the side of the tower or of their families. I don't know that those are the same side. So, with that, our audience perspective will shift away from the tower. As this day moves on, there's high noon outside, but the inside of the tower feels darker than ever. Othala has made it back to the Ember Coalition. Mithra and Kayla seem like they have a fairly a decent way back as well. Rodent will likely have to do a little bit more effort, but they can make it back as well. However, there is what has been done can't be undone, and we will see how that works out for them as this story goes forward. Let's go ahead and distribute experience points and set up the MVP. So everybody gets their attendance. Start with Othala. Othala gets 200 experience points for deepening her bond. She made a choice. Mithra
does that mean
and
made a choice?
Kayla.
What does that mean?
Mithra and Kayla each get 200 for making connections. And Rode and Taz for diffusing tensions. Each of them will get 300 experience points.
Wow.
It's 200 right?
For attendance?
Yeah.
200 is base attendance, yeah. So 200 for attendance, 300 for Rode and Taz, and then 200 apiece for everybody else. And then I'll steal the names that I was going to write for later. Nights. Well, Max finds a stream to raid.
Yes, I should probably do that, huh? Let's find a stream.
Did Avery fall asleep?
No.
No, she's writing notes.
Yes.
Thank
I
you,
am
I appreciate
tired.
it.
I am tired, but I haven't fallen asleep yet. Okay, in my defense, I haven't fallen asleep in D&D throughout most of this campaign.
Sai always falls asleep
Quick
during
pivot
D&D.
there.
Let's see here.
What song is this, Max?
This song is
Sheiously Eifeling.
Soul of a Man. FFM remix from Assassin's Creed by Coda. Koda.
Ooh, fancy.
MVP poll is up.
All right, go and vote for the MVP. I think. Let's see here.
We never have songs with lyrics. That's wild.
I know, it's weird, right?
No, I think we just went.
Feel good for an outro.
Huh?
I said it does feel good as an outro, though.
Yeah.
It's like Arcane.
That's why I was like, I need to know what this is because it sounds very arcane-ish.
This one I found was they're all talking in Spanish, so I probably can't. Does anyone have any recommendations? That's 18 and up, 18 and up.
Give me recommendations for what?
For streams.
Froggy Thighs. Froggy Thighs is playing Repo. I don't know who they are, though.
Potted Fern? Potted Fern's doing 5e homebrew right now.
Yeah,
$2,000.
Huh? What's $2,000?
Fair rodeo.
I'm sorry, what lesbian space princess?
Oh, hold on.
You
That would
have
get
Arden's
your
attention.
Yeah.
It's an animated movie.
You said 3 of my favorite words. What? It's a what?
Lesbian Space Princess. It's an animated movie that's, I think, from Australia.
I need to look this up. Lesbian Space Princess. Okay.
Nice. It'll be good, Bear Rodeo.
Lord Crusade's been here this whole time. I've been commenting.
Yeah, Crusade's been lurking, I think. Alrighty, guys. Once the MVP vote is up, we will think we'll raid a potted fern. They're on a break right now, but they should be back shortly.
I have silently watched this mess go through.
Might sounds familiar. Lumpy Space Princess. Instead of it's Lesbian Space Princess instead. That's funny.
No, Crusade, I don't know if this was a mess. It was slow burn, but I don't know about a mess. We just had a bunch of hot episodes back to back, though. I feel like it needed a little bit of a downturn or down tempo.
This whole party is a hot
Sounds more
mess.
like a webcomic to me than a hentai, honestly.
Oh, actually, I found another one. 0 XP official.
Who's goblin tossing?
Fate Secret Order, session 60. Session
Road,
60.
but it's not as relevant as it was at the beginning of the session.
Fair.
I guess it should be tossed by a dwarf instead. Dwarf tossing?
Toss me. You have to toss me.
What does "I'm with stupid" mean?
It's pointing to either
Point
side.
at everybody around.
If I brought my
It's pointing at everybody around you.
XD.
That's crazy.
I feel like that would be a fun shirt. Just that I'm with
You're
stupid.
the only one
shirt,
with an
just
int
arrows
score.
pointing
That's
everywhere.
Fair. That's fair. Hey, wait, no,
Actually,
I have an int score. Excuse me.
I do like that idea of a shirt.
Of what?
Just
I was
pointing in
stupid.
all directions.
I'm with
Yeah.
stupid.
That's pretty.
Not
good,
even
actually.
not even D&D specific. Just like it's a funny vibe.
Yeah, like everyone is stupid except for you. It's great.
My players were planning to siege the capital city of
Ceiling says
Tabaxi tonight,
gullible.
and eventually decided to have the mercenaries they
don't get
hired
it.
attack
Yeah,
the main gate.
made more sense at the
while
beginning
they
of the
sneaked in
session.
to challenge the clan leader who rules there to a duel.
Okay, well, I know what zaddy is.
Also, Garo gifted me with Slime Rancher, so now we're gonna need to play that on a stream. Making me farm my own people.
Well, it's a three-way tie.
All right, valid.
Wait,
We
so
all
Zaddy is who?
Road.
Me. Zaddy? Who is it? Who
Who's
is
Zaddy?
Zaddy, actually? I don't know
Okay, now
anymore.
me and Kayla just seem very unloved. This feels very mean now.
To be fair, you guys get it more consistently.
It is fair.
This is true.
Wait, am I goblin tossing or am I Zaddy?
You should have been dwarf tossing.
Oh, dwarf tossing.
These names made sense at the beginning of the
Zaddy.
session, but not at the end.
So Athal is Zaddy. Okay, so it's still Road. It is still Road, but it's
Hey, Tyler, I forgot to unmute you because I heard you were having a conversation with Lacey, and then I forgot to take it off.
Oops.
That's on me.
That's all right.
I was like,
I
I
was
wasn't sure.
trying to I thought I muted myself.
You're fine.
Yeah, I was like, this doesn't sound like a public conversation.
Goblin
So-
tossing was Road. I was confused. Alrighty, guys. That's it. Looks like it's a three-way tie. I'm going to send you off to another D&D campaign. Looks like they're mid-combat, so that should be fun. Have a great Sunday evening. I will see you on Tuesday. I'm not sure what we'll be doing, but I'm sure it'll be fun.
The
Are
road
we
to the red
splitting
light
MVP
district is
XP?
paved with deflowered
It's just
verdure.
200
no,
each.
just 200 each.
Alright.
Okay.
And Baby Sugar Pants says, go to bed.
Bye, guys. See you next time. Bear Rodeo, good luck with your interview. Hopefully it goes well.
Slime raid in the chat.
Slime raid in the chat. Bye.
Bye.
Wait,
Bye.
hold
Good
on.
luck there.
It's 10 seconds. Shit. 8,
Oh,
7,
whoop.
6, 5,
Not awkward at
4,
all.
3. I always do this. I always
You
do
fucked
this.
up.